October meeting of the Toowoomba Regional Council officially open. Thank you very much for your attendance. I also welcome those who are watching this on the live stream today. Thank you very much for your interest in your local authority in this area. Can I begin today by acknowledging the Aboriginal parties whose songlines traverse these lands we meet on today: the Western Waka Waka, the Guyabul, the Jarrawa and the Bigambul peoples. And can I pay my respects to their elders past, present and emerging, for they hold the knowledge, the rich traditions and the bold ambitions of Australia's first people. We move now to leave of absence. We've already have Councillor O'Hara-Sullivan and Councillor Shine granted leave of absence today. That doesn't need any further attention. We do need to verify leave of absence for Councillor Rebecca Von Hoff. Would someone like to move accordingly, please? Councillor McMahon and Councillor Carol Taylor. Those in favour? That is carried. We move then to declaration of declarable interest. And can I please begin by declaring, wish to inform the meeting that I have a declarable conflict of interest as defined in section 150EN of the Local Government Act 2009 in relation to MCU 1/2017/6624 2 at 160 Towson Street, 15 and 69 and 71 New England Highway, Mount Kynoch, in 1 Blue Meadow Court, Blue Mountain Heights. The nature of my interest is a related party of mine is a partner in the company which has an option on the land proposed to be used for the Habitat estate. The name of the related party is Jason Wardle. The nature of the relationship is he is my late wife's nephew. And when this application is considered in the future, I propose to leave and stay away from the place where the meeting is being held while the matter is being discussed and voted on. Item 2.6, Councillor McDonald.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I declared a prescribed conflict of interest at the Planning and Development Committee meeting on the 13th of October 2020 in relation to item number 11, Confidential Regional Enforcement Actions, September 2020. The reception and consideration of the reports of the Planning and Development Committee is item 8.1 on today's agenda. If item number 11 is dealt with separately, I'll make the prescribed conflict of interest, declaring at that time.
Thanks, Councillor McDonald. Councillor Summerfield.
Thank you, Chair. I declared a declarable conflict of interest at the Finance and Business Strategy Committee meeting on the 14th of October in relation to item number 7, Confidential New Hope Group Contract Variation Request, due to a letter being attached to the report as an example of demand. The reception and consideration of the reports of the Finance and Business Strategy Committee is item 8.5 on today's agenda. If item number 7 is dealt with separately, I will make the declarable conflict of interest at that time.
Thank you, Councillor Summerfield. Nobody else with any declaration of interest? If not, we move to item 3. In fact, item 3.1, the confirmation of the minutes of the ordinary meeting held on the 15th September 2020. Do I have a mover, please?
Happy to move.
Councillor Melissa Taylor, second to Councillor McDonald. Any questions? Those in favour? It's carried. Move then to item 3.2, the special meeting of Council held on the 16th of September 2020. Could I have a mover for those minutes, please? Councillor O'Shea and Councillor Taylor, Carol Taylor. Those in favour? Motion is carried. Is there any business arising from those minutes? No business arising. We'll move then to the presentation of petitions. Councillor McDonald.
Thank you very much, Mr Mayor. This is a petition from the Glenorrey Drive Eclipse Court Reserve Group, and the proposal is for picnic table and seat facilities in the Glenorrey Drive Eclipse Court Reserve. We, the undersigned residents, live adjacent to the public reserve on the corner of Glenorrey Drive and Eclipse Court, Highfields, and many of us regularly use this area for recreation. The reserve currently is home to a cluster of endangered native quince trees, which are cared for by the Toowoomba Regional Council but has no other facilities. The construction of a simple facility with shade, tables and seating in this area would be a great asset and appreciated by the local residents. We request the Toowoomba Regional Council to consider our request for this small amenity, which will add value to our local parkland. It's an accurate petition, Mr Mayor and Councillors, with 38 signatures, all of local residents from that particular reserve group. So move to accept the petition.
Thank you very much, Councillor McDonald. Any comments in respect to that? Would someone like to move the receipt of that petition? Councillor Carl and Councillor McMahon. Those in favour? It's carried. Thanks, Councillor McDonald. And that to the CEO. Councillors, we move then to item 6, which is business that I wish to have considered without notice as a mayoral minute, and I have nothing at this point in time. There will be matters, I think, that Councillor Taylor and I, Councillor Carol Taylor, Councillor Melissa Taylor, Councillor Summerfield and I may be able to give a small report on the annual conference at some stage of this meeting, given that all the resolutions that we took to conference were readily accepted. So we're pleased about that. The other thing, of course, was the Council of Mayors for Darling Downs and South West Queensland that I chair. Certainly was very enlightening to me because there were so many other groups who've turned up, people like AgForce and Queensland Farmers Federation, rail groups that want to progress things, and I'm delighted at the advancement in that group, and I'm hoping that we can make a difference in the future and leave it some sort of a legacy. But apart from that, I have nothing in terms of a mayoral minute. Move then to item 7, which is the reception of deputations and delegations. Thank you very much to the people from the Royal Agricultural Society of Queensland. They're here today to talk about the 2021 show. Shane, if you wish to come down, you and whoever you wish to bring. Can I just say at the outset that I think this show society is the oldest in Australia. It provides a tremendous amount in this future for this community, and we look forward to hearing from you and looking towards the future, working with you. Thanks, Shane.
Thank you, Mr Mayor, and thank you, councillors, and particular thanks to CEO Pigeon for allowing us the opportunity to come before you at the first available opportunity since we've had an opportunity to do so. I do have with me, as the Mayor indicated, our CEO Damon Phillips and our 2 Vice Presidents, Mark Freeman and Wayne Bradshaw. Mark Freeman, of course, also assists greatly in relation to our finance and is available to answer some questions that you may have. You do have the benefit of a briefing note that we've circulated. I think you've also had the benefit of a number of years speaking with you around some of the challenges that we face at the Royal Agricultural Society of Queensland. So I don't propose to speak to that briefing note in detail, rather give you a quick summary of where we're at and then ask for some support. As the Mayor rightly indicated, we have a very proud history here in Toowoomba with Royal Show Societies. We're not quite the oldest in Australia, but we're certainly the oldest in Queensland. Yes, Carol, thank you. It is an iconic organisation, and this year we celebrate our 160th year in operation. We were established, of course, in 1860 to promote the best of the best in agriculture in our region. No wonder we're older than the RNA in Brisbane. And when you think of our forefathers and our foremothers that traversed that land from Brisbane to Toowoomba and came up the escarpment and came across our fertile soils in this region, there is no doubt that they would have thought they'd died and gone to heaven when they came to the agricultural beauty that is the Darling Downs region. Indeed, we think we've got some of the best agricultural country in the world, and of course the late, great Professor Stephen Rain says that we do have some of the best soil on the planet. We're still aiming to this day to uphold those values that our forefathers, and they were our forefathers at the time in 1860, that they adopted. We want to promote the best of the best in agriculture, and the best of the best of our community. Of course, there's handicrafts, leatherwork, and a whole range of things associated with country endeavours. Over time, of course, we've had to change as generations change. We've had to mix this benefit of agricultural education and excellence with entertainment to make sure we give the people of our region a chance to come together and celebrate and give thanks to our agricultural community. I just want to emphasise again, it is in the briefing note, but it's really important to reflect and remember that this is such a strong community organisation for our region. We have over 475 events per annum, perhaps not this year with the challenges of COVID-19. We're home to over 20 community organisations, many of which were in council premises until they had to move and find a new home, and they were able to find a home at the Royal Agricultural Society of Queensland. We, of course, at no cost to the Toowoomba Regional Council, are also a designated emergency evacuation centre. And the direct spend, and this is established from a few years ago now by Lawrence Consulting, is that direct spend in this community is over $15 million and $57 million in total economic impact that the Society has. In relation to the Heritage Bank Toowoomba Royal Show in particular, we have over 15,000 entrants each and every year. There's over 1,000 volunteers come together to put on the Toowoomba Royal Show. I think it's also important to reflect this year, in particular with the impact of COVID, the impact that it's had on many small community organisations. We have got a plethora of community organisations that rely on the show as their major fundraiser for the year. People like the Girl Guides, the Scouts, Rotary Clubs. We pay out to these groups over $35,000 each and every year to assist them with their major fundraising. And of course this year they didn't receive any of that at all. We're hoping that we may be able to give them some contribution next year. Many of you don't need to hear the story of our challenges and the journey that we've been on, but some new councillors, I know we've had an opportunity to speak with all councillors in relation to the Agricultural Society, but this journey really started back in 2013, and council has been with us on every step of the journey, thankfully. I know that we have the genuine respect of council in the room, of councillors and council. I know you think this is a phenomenal community asset that needs to be protected and preserved. It's just a question sometimes of how we do that, but I know that you're on our side, and it's such an important facility for the community. I know that this can be a thriving, profitable and sustainable asset, and I know that you want that as well. In the last 6 years, we've had 4 years washed out through no fault of our own, which has resulted in a loss for our annual show. This year, of course, we suffered the impact of COVID-19. You're also acutely aware of the outdated ownership model that both the Mayor, councillors and ourselves have really been battling with the state government since 2013 with no resolution in sight at this stage. We were informed that there was going to be policy development in the lead up to this election in relation to allowing more use of deeds of grant in trust, but that has not been forthcoming, and it doesn't appear to be forthcoming before any election. Back in 2013, we approached the Mayor, the CEO and councillors about a point in time in the future where we may not be able to operate because of our ageing assets, the cost of repairs and maintenance, and of course an inability to raise and secure additional sources of income because of that outdated asset ownership model. Despite this, Damon, our CEO, and the committee has done an outstanding job, a remarkable job in fact, to keep the society going, trim our costs. Unfortunately, we seem to ask Damon to do more and more each year with less and less resources. We can continue to trade, but we are still, like we mentioned in 2013, one major catastrophe away from having to rely on help for other organisations and perhaps council. I know that council have our back. This year, of course, we have struggled, like many in our community, due to the impacts of COVID-19, and I would suggest that we've struggled more than most. We were only one of a handful, in fact it's less than 5 shows in the country that had to cancel its show on a moment's notice because of the devastating impacts of COVID-19. We had incurred nearly all of the cost at that stage to put on the show. That cost, as you'll see in the briefing note, is in the vicinity of $400,000. We have to incur that cost early, of course. You have to provide stabling, you have to provide entertainment, you have to provide security and a whole range of things in order to make the show a success. We are really proud that wonderful organisation in Toowoomba, the Heritage Bank, they did not, despite the show not proceeding, they kept their sponsorship with the Society, which allowed us, along with some other sponsors, to refund all of our competitors their entry fees because we know that they were struggling too with the impacts of COVID-19. But of course, it's not just the show. As I said earlier, it's 475 events per annum that we have at the Show Society. This year, because of the impact of COVID, we think we've lost another $400,000 in revenue just because of the impacts of COVID. So in boxing terms, we keep getting knocked down through no fault of our own, but we keep getting back up, and we do see a light at the end of the tunnel. A knockout is not inevitable for the society. We do see a path out, but we also know that when times are tough in this community, that the community is one that gets behind those who are doing it tough. And unfortunately this year, we are the ones doing it tough. We need help now to put on a normal show in 2021. I apologise for coming at such a late notice, but we do need a decision quickly as well. We decided at the last committee meeting that we were unable to run a show for next year without financial support, and this is the first available opportunity that we're able to get before councillors. Of course, as you might appreciate, with those 15,000 odd entries to the show, we need to get sections out now, we need to get entry fees out now, we need to get sponsors in to support those sections. So it really is a decision crunch time at the end of this month. We do have a committee meeting at AGM tomorrow. Now, I would suggest, and I think councillors are acutely aware of this, being members of our wonderful community, but now more than ever, we need to come together as we try and transition out of COVID to celebrate, to reward all of those competitors. Some of these competitors have their breeding cycles for their herds lined up to compete at the Toowoomba Royal Show. For the mental health of our agricultural sector coming out of drought, for those staying at home and for doing it so tough, they rely on some of these prizes at these shows to be able to support and market the magnificence and the excellence of their herd. We really think it's an opportunity to come together, particularly as we haven't been able to celebrate as a community with the Carnival of Flowers this year, to come together and celebrate all that is good about our community. As you'll see in the briefing note, we simply cannot afford another catastrophe at the Show Society, or otherwise we would be on our knees. So the committee's made the hard decision that we can't proceed with a normal show next year without financial support. We are asking support not just from council, we've sought it from state and federal governments. That has not led to any success at this stage, and I would imagine now that in caretaker mode that will be nigh on impossible. We're also seeking support from other community groups, which at this stage hasn't been forthcoming, but we will continue to be vigilant in trying to make sure that we can come together to put on a normal show. So, as indicated in the briefing note, $150,000 is required to put on a normal show. So we're here before council to ask if there's any appetite for assistance in this year, given the challenging circumstances that we find ourselves in. I know you are representatives of our wonderful community. We thank you for your support to date. There is a long way ahead. I do see light at the end of the tunnel, although it is a never-ending journey, it seems. But very happy to answer any questions. As I said, Mark Freeman's here who can answer questions, particularly relating to finance and operations. Damon Phillips is here as well. So, councillors, over to you.
Thanks very much, Shane. And are there any questions from the floor? Councillor Summerfield.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for that, Shane. So in relation to the land ownership, which you touched on earlier, being in the middle of a state election campaign, I just wonder whether you've had an opportunity to approach any of the candidates for that area. Is that Condamine or South?
It is Condamine.
Condamine. Whether you've had an opportunity to approach those candidates to see whether there's opportunity to get somebody to commit to it, to, you know, fixing it up so that things can actually move forward.
Move ahead in future.
But also I thought a bit of financial support might have come your way through the election campaign as well.
Yeah, that's right. We were hoping for it as well.
Lobbying?
We certainly have been lobbying very hard with both sides of politics, and it's a good question, Councillor Summerfield. In short, there's no support at this stage, but there's very favourable signs. So throughout the current government, we've been dealing primarily with Minister Lynham. And of course, he's not sitting again, he's not recontesting the election, so I'm unsure as to who that new minister may be. We were informed by Minister Lynham he's very sympathetic to our plight, and I think the Mayor and I speak to him quite regularly in relation to this issue. He indicated that he was bringing forward legislation and policy before the election, and it would be an election platform for him in relation to changing the DOGIT to allow commercial use, to more commercial uses. As I said earlier, that hasn't been forthcoming before the election, and it's not likely to now. And I've been told by his department it's not coming forward. There's been no question, and the Mayor may have had other conversations that I'm not party to, but from our point of view, there's been no appetite to provide any cash at this stage in relation to the society. We have had conversations with the opposition, and whilst they are not in a position to make binding commitments at this stage, all local candidates here in this region, including Toowoomba North and South, are extremely supportive of the society and have indicated that there is an inclination to do something. They're aware of our plight. We've spoken to them about perhaps freeholding it, unlike the current government is unwilling to freehold the site. So there's an appetite. They won't commit themselves at this stage, but they certainly have pledged to work with us as soon as and if they get into government.
Councillor Carroll.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I think it's most disappointing that the government hasn't released the DOGIT on this land. I'm an unashamed show supporter, and the Toowoomba show is indeed represents not only Toowoomba and its surrounds, but the Darling Downs, Southwest and a wider region. And the grounds have hosted just a few, the Cutting Horse Championships, the State and National Interschool Equestrian Championships, and they're down for next year, I know as well. I think it's the National that's down for next year. The State and National Pony Clubs. I mean, we're all aware they're not just a showcase for farmers and breeders. It's also for, they have junior programs, junior paraders, junior judges, and our youth participate through those, and also schoolwork, cooking and the like. I think it's worth noting for this council, and I know our budgets are very tight, but it's worth noting that this area out there will, as urban spread continues and our wonderful community keeps growing, that this area will become the only green space where we'll allow large equestrian vehicular events and other things of that kind. But coming back to a show, an agricultural show, I think and it needs, they've evolved over time from what they started out. This is the oldest in Queensland. This is to showcase our region. This is where we go to showcase to our city cousins what happens in the regions, and I think it's been coming really embraced. We haven't had any since COVID, but the whole idea of shows and the country meeting the urban areas has been embraced in other areas last year. And I think I would certainly urge Council to consider not allowing this to go without some sort of a show next year. It was very tragic we didn't have one this year. It's really hard for people, as Shane has mentioned, where you come and show you're the best of the best, so to speak, is where you judge and improve your herds and your sheep and everything else. And the only way you do that is by knowing that they're up there as the best representing the breed. So to have that opportunity for our farmers and agricultural people and as well as that, our own community, the quilts and all those sorts of things, the wonderful things that are showcased there, I just urge Council to consider that, and I know that our community embraces it. So, and that's what we're sitting here for, to represent our community. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Taylor. Anybody else wishing to make a comment? I've got a bit to say. If Councillor Tim.
Thank you, Chair. Thanks, Shane, for coming in, and I apologise that it's got to this stage. That it seems a bit of handballing it off, and a lot of issues that need to be dealt with, and everyone's saying it's someone else's problem. I'm just wondering if you could alliterate on, to have a show in 2021, what specifically may be required, or some more information regarding that?
Thanks, Tim. Yes, so at this stage, if we don't get any support, then the show, we're hopeful of putting something on, but it'll be a very small event. So in effect, we'll run a fence through a third of the grounds and close the rest of it off. To put on a normal show, and when I say somewhat normal, then to involve the horses and the livestock, beef, dairy, all that, the costs involved in doing that, just in relation particularly to the COVID regulations, is where we need that support from. So once we start opening up more gates once we have people coming onto the ground and staying on the grounds, and we're talking big numbers generally, that the infrastructure that needs to go in place to make that happen is where those costs are. So every time we open another gate, our estimates there are probably about another $10,000 just to operate that gate and to meet those COVID restrictions. We would need to be putting caps on it for the numbers of people. We usually have somewhere in the vicinity of 3,000 horse exhibitors who are all staying on site. So we can't do that. So we'd need to cap those numbers. But with that comes additional costs in amenities, in cleaning, in social distancing practices. So that request for the $150,000 will enable us to put on quite a number of our livestock events. Will let us start planning and start spending some of that money now and getting personnel to actually start preparing for all of that. And that's all got to be done pretty well from here on in. We're 3 months behind the 8 ball now, so there's a significant cost would come just in that preparation. So it would allow us to put on a somewhat of a normal show. Without that support, we'd be looking at very few competitions at all, and it will be probably a carnival or a fair more than a traditional show.
Any other questions? Councillor Summerfield and Councillor Melissa.
Thank you, Chair. Just quickly to Brian, through yourself, Brian, CEO. Brian, what would be the formal process here for us to be able to give consideration to this request? Is there a sponsorship process that could be followed, or we need to get a process in place somehow so that we can actually...
Council does have its sponsorship policy, but it can free to make a decision outside of that if it wishes to under the circumstances. There's fairly urgent circumstances from what was just presented at this point in time. So I would think that if council wished to support that, they could make a decision now on the basis that it be considered, the funding be considered at the budget review.
Thank you.
Councillor Melissa Taylor.
Thank you, Chair. No, actually, Councillor Summerfield actually just
Okay.
to that. So, good. I just wanted to know the process going forward. But also, Damon, I just wanted to ask the question also, if I may. You briefly mentioned the cap, and I was going to ask the question about that. So without the $150,000 from council, well, with it, how many would you be looking at? And if you didn't get the 150, what's the cap that you need to bring it back to?
If we don't get the support from council, then I suppose the cap's irrelevant. We wouldn't be proceeding with any livestock events at all. So without that support, there'd be no horses, no beef, no dairy. We would just close off, have one gate coming in and out of the grounds, and everything else would stop. If we were to get that support, then we'd look at that. So we'd look at our horse events, and where we normally have in the vicinity of 400 horses stabled there every night of the show, we'd probably look at a third of that or half of that, and we'd then probably cap some of the entry and exit points. So we wouldn't have people. We'd need to condense it, so we'd reduce some of those competitions. So rather than the horses competing for 6 days, which they do currently, we'd probably bring that back to 3. But we'd look at aiming to have all of the livestock sections at least on show, but we would have to look at those exact numbers of how many people we can currently fit in those areas, and they would be guided by the guidelines at that point in time. Well, probably now. We need to make those decisions now. We'll be looking at outside areas. It's 1 person per 4 square metres. We'll be with the tape measure tomorrow working out how many people, and that's the situation we're in. Whether it changes or not later down the track, we can't change as that goes.
Councillor McDonald and Councillor Carl.
Thanks very much, Mr. Mayor. I guess it's an interesting conversation around events because, ironically, you need to spend more for less people to be accommodated. So it is a real challenge for events. My question is really around insurance for shows and for events, and how this can affect what you can actually do, decisions you can make before the event happens.
Yeah, it's an excellent question, Councillor McDonald. QCAS, the Queensland Society of Shows, provide a self-insurance program for wet weather events. So in the last few years, we have been able to rely to some extent on insurance in relation to wet weather. So dealing with that, I know it's a little bit different question. We're not entitled to claim the full extent of our loss. We're only entitled to claim, I think it's 75%, 75% in the first year, and in subsequent years they actually indicated that because we've claimed too many times to preserve the integrity of the fund, that they weren't going to allow any reimbursement of our loss. Last year, and sorry, the year before last, because of the extraordinary situations we've found ourselves in over a number of years in our financial situation, QCAS deemed that it was appropriate to pay us out in full, our full loss, I'm quite sure. In relation to COVID, there is no insurance in relation to that at all. You might have seen some media that through the federal government we were hopeful that there'd be some support for show societies around the country. There has been some support, but it will be 20% probably of our total loss that we've incurred this year. In relation to insurance going forward, I think the reality is that rain insurance through the QCAS system and relying on that self-insurance system will be quite difficult and become more expensive as time goes past. And we've just seen across the board that the cost of insurance is increasing because of the natural tragedies that we've been having in this country over time.
Councillor Carl, are you finished, Councillor McDonald? Yeah. Councillor Carl?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I guess more a comment than a question. But I'd suggest that, and Councillor McDonald raised a good point around events. I'd suggest Council could be potentially called upon for any major event for assistance given the new requirements around COVID, and I think therein lies the dilemma for this boardroom to consider in its entirety, not just about an organisation or one event, about how we deal with that. And I don't think that we've reached a maturity in our discussion about how we deal with that moving forward. The other thing is that this, remember, is a deputation, and I think it's a conversation for another day as to where we arrive at a position in support for this event. So just comment.
Okay. Well, I guess that sometime in a moment we need to consider the way forward and if or how we can help. But Shane, yes, I was involved initially in a meeting in Brisbane with Minister Lynham, George Fox, at 1 William Street, and I thought that we had a very clear indication that there would be a way forward, and that way forward would be freeholding that land and changing the title so there didn't have the restricted docket. But in saying that, you know, it simply, despite a lot of work on your part, your organisation's part, and I had a number of conversations. It was only just a couple of months ago that I had yet another conversation with Minister Lynham, and he was taking that matter to the Treasurer, Cameron Dick, to see if we could get an outcome. So it has been, I guess, particularly frustrating, and even some of the federal government money that was directed into show societies that did not come your way was a little bit hard to see, to work out. But it's been a long journey, and there's been a lot of effort put into this. And look, I'd have to declare that I'd be very keen to see Council work out a way that we can actually move forward and support this, given its history, given the $57 million that it injects into the economy here locally. It's well worth that consideration. So I'm in your hands. If anyone wishes to make a point, I'm quite happy to accept that. Councillor Summerfield.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to move that Council consider in our Budget Review 1 the $150,000 request from RASQ as a COVID response to ensure that the show does go on.
I'll second it.
Okay. Moved by Councillor Summerfield, seconded by Councillor Carol Taylor. Anyone wishing to enter a debate in respect to that? The motion, in essence, is about bringing that to Budget Review 1. And Councillor McDonald, when's BR1?
I was just going to say, Mr Mayor, for the purposes of the deputation, Budget Review 1 will either take place on the 17th of November or soon after that. So basically a month from today.
Now, is that I mean, does that mean you got to walk away, or what's that mean?
I understand there's processes to go through. We'd have to take that and consider it, I imagine, but if that's the council process, that's the council process. If you gave me 2 seconds, I can check with Damon.
Well, it's, there's the other possibility that we, as a group, can make a decision to bring something forward for a special meeting for discussion, which, let's discuss it, let's get a council decision. That's the critical thing.
Mr Mayor, we have a motion on the table, but can I move an amendment to that motion? That we hold a special meeting to discuss this? Or perhaps you should put the first motion.
Councillor Summerfield, would you be happy to modify your original motion?
I'd seek guidance from the CEO, please, Brian.
Usually if a motion's put forward, it has to be dealt with by the council unless the whole council gives approval to withdraw that motion.
Yep.
So it's in the control of the council at this point in time.
Yeah, sorry. I meant we could adopt this now, or we could hold a special meeting, or we could take it to the November meeting, which wouldn't provide any better outcome than the BR1 anyway. I'm just wondering the best way forward. I'm happy to go with whatever's the best way forward.
Or alternatively, you could make a decision now if you wish to do so. And I just, from the discussions, I've just given Wendy a potential recommendation that council may wish to consider if you wish to make that support available at this point in time.
So the motion that's on the books at the moment is that council consider at budget review one, a one-off sponsorship of $150,000 as a COVID response.
You've got a seconder.
Mr Mayor,
We've got a seconder.
Mr Mayor, I actually withdraw my seconding of that because I think that we should consider another motion. Thanks.
How do we deal with a process like that? So we've got a seconder.
Could I, as the mover of the motion, could I amend it that council consider a one-off sponsorship of $150,000 as a COVID response?
And I'm happy to second that. Thank you, Councillor Summerfield.
So do we need a motion to withdraw that motion?
No, it hasn't been voted.
Amendment.
No.
Could I propose a second, if you add just a second one to that one, about how to deal with it at budget review too?
That add a second point to that council provide a one-off sponsorship, the Fund Society, yep, and
Thank you. I'm happy with
Yes, thank you.
so as mover, Councillor Summerfield, and as seconder, Councillor Taylor, this has been a bit of a dog's breakfast, but look, well, I'll go back to you having moved it, Councillor Summerfield, which you did. Councillor Taylor, you withdrew your seconding and then you brought it back again.
that. Thank you.
So I'm happy to accept that. That may not be absolutely due process, but
It's okay.
yeah.
I just want to read that to make sure you're happy with it.
So I will read out the motion. It's been moved by Councillor Summerfield, seconded by Councillor C. Taylor. That council consider a one-off sponsorship of $150,000 as a COVID response to RASQ for the 2021 Toowoomba Show. That the $150,000 funding for the sponsorship support be provided at budget review 1. Moved by Councillor Summerfield, seconded by Councillor Taylor.
Question, please.
Question from Councillor
Thank you, Chair.
McMahon.
Just wondering, to the mover, the word consider, what, do you want to, is it budget review 1 where you want that to happen, or are we looking to do it further, quicker?
No, it's already in the second part of the motion, that the $150,000 funding be provided at BR1.
So is it consider, or are we actually,
We have to vote on it.
yeah,
Mr Mayor, can I ask a question, please?
Councillor Carol Taylor will ask a question.
Thank you. Is it appropriate for us to put down there that council continue to lobby the state government to take the dogget off the land of the RASQ, because that's the real issue here.
It is a very, very serious issue, the restrictions of the dogget, and one of the more disappointing things in the last term was that we failed to actually get the ear of the appropriate people in the state government to make sure that happened. That was a simple matter of a minister signing off.
So I'd ask if Councillor Summerfield might be happy to add that to the
Councillor McMahon, Councillor
So
Summerfield.
if you could change that to provide, Wendy's preempting there, that should be provide, not consider.
Chair, sorry.
Councillor McMahon.
I don't think I got to the end of it. Consider's a different word to provide. Does this mean we're locking into it now?
Yes.
Yes.
Yep.
I wonder if we should be briefed a bit stronger on the finances of coming up with $150,000 before we make the decision right now. Is there any possibility of that happening?
Have you not been listening to the discussions that have been happening?
I've been listening, but thanks, Councillor Summerfield.
Mayor,
There you go, it's about time.
I'd ask Councillor Summerfield to add the Doggett piece in there and at the CEO's. Councillor Summerfield, will you consider that for the motion?
I'd have to hear the words.
Was that a yes, Councillor Summerfield?
I said if I could see the words, please. Yes.
Thank you.
Yep.
It's Councillor Summerfield.
Right, Councillor Carl.
A question through you, Chair, to the CEO. Is the normal
The
process...
CEO's working on a question for you.
Thank you.
Sorry.
Question to you, Brian, if I may. Am I right in suggesting that the normal process or any consideration of finance be normally filtered through the budget review process? That would be normal, whether they're urgent or otherwise, that would be a normal consideration, wouldn't it?
It is, but usually we do that, but under these circumstances, and council has in the past as well, can make a decision to provide that funding, but you are locking yourself into providing that funding, which means to get the same outcome, you've got to either look at reallocating money from within your current budget, or you get a bigger deficit, or whatever it may be, or less of a.
Thank you.
Right.
Any other questions around the room? Anyone wishing to speak against the motion? Councillor Carl, Councillor Summerfield, do you wish to speak?
Thank you, Mr Chair. I'll be very brief because we have been briefed by RASQ and we all fully understand around the table the importance of the show in every community and what it does for people, for industry, all aspects, including the fundraising that was mentioned for all the different community groups that are involved out there at the show. It's a very important part of our region, our culture, and I'd be very keen to see. It's very easy if you miss a show to continue to miss them. And if we don't keep this in place and ensure that the show goes on, and we do have troubles. I mean, obviously this is a one-off COVID response, and hopefully there will be a change in outcomes for the better out at the showgrounds following the next year's show, and I fully support this moving forward.
Wish to speak against the motion, Councillor Carl?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I speak against the motion on the premise of the question I raised just before, and that is, responsibly this boardroom should consider every impact on budget as per the normal process and filter that through a budget review to find out where that monies would be drawn from or what the likely impacts are. We can say COVID, one-off COVID, but just remember we might have to say one-off COVID for numbers of major events in our region. You know, I acknowledge that this is part of our culture, this is part of our community, but I also acknowledge that there is a percentage of our region that don't necessarily involve themselves in the show too. So as a member of a boardroom sitting around here representing the broader, and I stress the broader community's interests, I think we should be responsible and stick to process. I think we should act in the interests of the broader community and consider that weighed up against all the other pressing issues, some of which are longer lasting and than a single event. Let's face it, the new world, the new normal, because COVID or the next pandemic has set the new normal for us. So do we keep on giving one-off COVID or whatever those circumstances may be or present in the future? Do we continue to approach it in this manner? Let's stick to the process. It sounds hard, but we owe it to the broader interests of the community.
Next, Councillor Carroll. Anyone wishing to speak for the motion? Councillor Melissa Taylor.
Thank you, Chair. I think it's vitally important that we support this motion. This event has a broader effect on our whole community, and it is more than just a single event. This event actually underpins our community coming together from an agricultural perspective, from an economic development perspective, and the $57 million that injects into our community for those coming to our community that are going to eat out, that are going to stay at accommodation, and also coming together as a community. We as a community have had such restricted availability to come together because of COVID, and the show, putting that show on, actually gives our community the opportunity to come together and celebrate our community and also celebrate the agricultural environment of our broader region. And what it brings to our community helps the broader community. It's not just Toowoomba, it's not just Toowoomba businesses, it's the broader community, and it is more than one single event. It will have a multiplying effect for many, many months going forward. And as Councillor Summerfield said, once you miss a show, it's easy to miss ensuing shows. So I think it's vitally important that we, as a council, who have the ability to help in situations like this, where they are urgent situations, for us to come together and support the community. So I think it's very important that we support around this table the motion that is put forward.
Anyone wishing to speak against the motion? Councillor McMahon.
Thank you, Chair. I am speaking against the motion. I'm not speaking against helping the show. I think everyone around this table wants to do what's best for the show and help that. And I, for one, would love to see a 2021 show. I don't feel confident, as someone who's got to raise a hand to a motion, that we provide a COVID response right now for $150,000. I don't feel confident doing that. I know timelines are short. I'd like to have a proper meeting where we sit down. I think we have a plethora of amazing shows in this region, and I wonder in 2 weeks' time how many of them are going to put their hand up and ask for a COVID response package to help with next year's show. I don't see it as fiscally appropriate to just raise a hand for $150,000 at a moment's notice, and I'm always speaking for the show, but I don't feel confident supporting this motion as written right now.
Thank you. Anyone wishing to speak for the motion?
Thank you.
Councillor Carroll Taylor.
Mayor, taking on Councillor McMahon's comments, there has been a briefing note that was sent out, and most of our showgrounds in our TRC region are actually owned by council, and therefore relieved of many of the burdens of the day-to-day maintenance of those grounds. I'd draw your attention to the briefing note, which says $35 million direct and additional supply chain and consumption spending from outside our region. $35 million from outside our region, $19 million impact to our economy, with the employment impact of 268 jobs. And having just left our recovery meeting for the COVID, that has a huge impact. Now, that may not be quite that big with next year's show if we're still under COVID restrictions, but that is worth, it singles this organisation out along with few that can deliver that economic impact to our region. And what we need is money from outside. So I know it's an unusual situation and not the way we would want to have a request for financial help, but I am certain that under these circumstances that we're on the right foot in giving this at this time as a COVID response. Thank you.
Anyone wishing to speak against the motion? If not, Councillor Summerfield, do you wish to sum up?
No, I'm happy to leave it at that. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Can I just simply say that the effort that I know has been put into finding a solution has been enormous. I've been very much on the periphery of it, and I think that effort ought to continue post this event. Post today, we ought to continue that. Maybe there's opportunity in this coming election that someone might just, either side of politics could just put their hand up to be seen to be saving something that really needs saving. So, councillors, we'll close the debate. I'll put that to the vote. Those in favour of this resolution? Those against? Do you wish to have your vote recorded? You want a division? If you would please. The motion has been carried. Thanks very much. Councillor Carlin McMahon. Right, councillors, we move now to item 8, which is a reception and consideration of committee reports. Number 1, 8.1, is the Planning and Development Committee report. Any matters wish to be taken out of that for separate consideration? Councillor Summerfield?
Item 3, thank you.
Item 3. Any others? Would someone then like to move the receipt of that report with the exception of item 3? The Planning and Development Committee report. Councillor Carl has moved. Councillor O'Shea has seconded. Those in favour of the receipt of that report? Is carried. Item 3. Councillor Summerfield, is there any comments you wish to make before we deal with that?
Thank you, Mr Chair. I'd like to move an amendment to the recommendation. There was an opportunity for me to debate this at last week's meeting, and so I would like to move an amendment that recommendation 1A, removal of the word use of, and instead replace with consider the colour scheme recommended by the Regional Heritage and Policy Architect.
Okay. So you're moving that be the recommendation for item 3 of the Planning and Development report. Do you have a seconder for that? Anyone wishing to second that? Anyone wishing to second that? Councillor McDonald has seconded that. Councillor Summerfield, do you wish to move into debate on that, please?
I'd just like to speak to why I'd prefer it be consider rather than use. I think that Ray White began in Crow's Nest, and I don't think they would do anything to make anything inappropriate at Crow's Nest, and I do believe that we can have input into a colour or a building in relation to this, but I don't think it's appropriate that we direct that they use it. So it's actually something that I feel quite strongly about. I think we can recommend it, but I don't believe that we should direct that they use colours. Okay,
thank you. Wishing to speak against the motion, anybody?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. This was given quite an airing the other day at committee, and whilst I do agree, Ray White started in Crow's Nest very proudly, wanting to declare that they started in Crow's Nest. This is a heritage building, and the colour of the yellow could actually be quite glaring. And I do remember a situation in this city when we weren't an amalgamated council, but a bright yellow was not wanted here on a heritage building, and we should pay the same respect to this beautiful building in Crow's Nest. I'm not saying that Ray White would want to put the bright yellow, but all that's being recommended or asked for here by council in return for its incentive policy is that the colour be pale down to a pale yellow, which should not offend anybody. And I think we should stick by the original motion. Public money's going in to help them to paint it, and I'm sure that it'll still be seen as grey and yellow.
Anyone wishing to speak for the motion? No one wishing to speak for the motion?
The amendment.
Councillor Summerfield, would you wish to sum up?
No, it's fine, thank you.
Okay, I'll close the debate. The motion before you, could you just put that up for me, please? Is that the application as detailed below for grant funding under 2.41 CBD Heritage Incentive Policy be approved, subject to the following conditions. And the change in the conditions was A, consider the colour scheme recommended by the Regional Heritage and Policy Architect for the former Crow's Nest Post Office. And it got B there, and you've got further recommendations there. So I'll close the debate. Those in favour of the resolution put forward by Councillor Summerfield? Those against? That's carried. Right, that puts us to item 8.2, which is Water and Waste Committee. The motion, is anyone wishing to take any matters out of that? Someone like to move accordingly, please? Receipt of that report, Councillor Summerfield. Councillor McMahon. Oh, sorry. Those in favour? That is carried. Move then to Infrastructure Committee. Anyone wishing to take any matters out there for separate consideration? If not, a mover, please. Councillor Carol Taylor, Councillor Melissa Taylor. Those in favour? It's carried. Move then to the Environment and Community Committee. Is there anyone wishing to take any matters out of that one? If not, I seek a motion. It's been moved by Councillor O'Shea, seconded by Councillor McMahon to receive that report. Those in favour? It's carried. We move then to the Finance and Business Strategy Committee. Are there any matters to be brought out of that? If not, Councillor Summerfield?
Yes, I did want to bring out number 8, which is in confidential, so I'm guessing that would then be held over.
In the Finance and Business Strategy report? It will be dealt with separately later, so we deal with all except item 8. So Wendy, you'll keep us informed with that so we don't skip it at the end. So that report with the exception of item 8, do we have a mover? Councillor McDonald. The seconder, Councillor McMahon. I'll put that. Those in favour? That's carried. That's with the exception of item 8. We move then to the Economic Development Committee. There are anybody wishing to take any matters out of economic development? If not, do I have a mover? Receipt of that report. Councillor Melissa Taylor and Councillor O'Shea. Those in favour? That's carried. Right, we move then to item 9. GM Anne-Marie, the monthly performance statement.
Good morning, councillors. Local Government Regulation 204 requires that the financial statements are presented to council on a monthly basis. So the purpose of this report is to present the consolidated financial performance statement up to the 30th of September, which is actually the end of our first quarter of the current financial year. Of significant implications during September include that the financial statements were signed off by Queensland Audit Office. So this is the first year that council has consolidated our financial statements with controlled entities. That's the Empire Theatre, TSBE and the John Darien Woolshed. So a bit of extra work involved in that consolidation, but that one was completed with an unmodified audit opinion issued. I'd like to move on to the actual statement and just go through the line items there. So if we look at our operating results first, and particularly income, so our rates and levies are currently on budget, so tracking very well. I think it's important to note here that at the end of September, Council had 16.4 million outstanding compared with 17.5 million at the same period for the March return. So that's indicative of community paying their rates on time, so that's a good result. We look at fees and charges, 1.7 million under budget at this point in time. 1.16 million of that is as a direct result of income from Carnival of Flowers, and the balance of that is facilities that are not fully operational at this point in time due to COVID restrictions. Fees and charges will be reviewed at BR1. We look at our interest received, again tracking under budget. When our budget was developed, the interest rates were at 1.93%. We thought that was historically low. At this point in time, the QTC cash rate is 0.7%. So it's really challenging to try and get any interest at this point in time. Again, that's up for review at BR1. Looking at grants, subsidies, contributions and donations, 176,000 under budget, and again, 138,000 of that is Carnival of Flowers sponsorship. Moving along to expenditure. Labour tracking very closely with 3% variance, so we're happy with that result. Looking at materials and services, 525,000 over budget. This is as a direct result of Clifton Water, so carting water to Clifton and the pump out costs, which haven't been budgeted, so that's 554,000. And again, we will be bringing that to Council at BR1. There is a savings that has been identified in materials and services, and that's to do with street lighting and renegotiation of electricity there. So last month we mentioned, I think GM Damien mentioned in the report the savings in water electricity, but this is specifically for street lighting. So around 40,000 a month and 124,000 year to date. So again, we will be bringing that to BR1. Finance costs tracking to budget, which is a good result. And I think I'll just mention here again, we are currently working with Queensland Treasury Corporation to refinance all or some of our existing loans. So we have an opportunity to take advantage of historically low interest rates and lock in those interest rates for the next 20 years. So that review we anticipate will be completed by about February this year. So just moving on to our capital result. Capital income, Council is 2.5 million over budget. This is a direct result of 1.4 million Building Our Regions funding that wasn't budgeted. That was for Queen's Park. And 1.4 million Unite and Recover stimulus package. Again, neither of those were budgeted, but they're both showing in our actuals. The Unite and Recover stimulus packages are for parks building renewal programs, parks building upgrade, Yarraman and Oakey Pools upgrade works. Again, we will be bringing those figures to councils at BR1. Infrastructure charges, you'll notice the cash component of infrastructure charges is currently tracking below budget. So we have that one targeted for monthly reviews, and we will be looking at that at BR2. Now looking at our overall capital expenditure. So year to date, we've delivered 29.5 million in total. So that's 14% of the total budget. We're actually ahead of where we were at this time last year. And traditionally, the first 3 months, we look at the planning phase of our budget, of our capital budget development. We have projects ahead of budget at this time, which you can't really see. So we know in water, infrastructure services, transport and drainage planning and construction and maintenance all have projects currently tracking ahead of budget. The projects that aren't quite there yet are water project services, so in particular Perseverance Raw Water, and fleet and logistics. So we do know that fleet and logistics have significant commitments and they're just not able to be delivered. So the work, all the planning has been done, the purchase orders have been raised, and the product is unable to be delivered at this stage. Highfields Library expenditure slightly behind budget, but we're not concerned at all in the project delivery, and you can look forward to some announcements in that area in the coming days. With our pandemic response, 3 million delivered, or 6%. But out of that 6%, there's 2.5 million on the regional asphalt overlay. So out of a $3.5 million project, that one's almost completely finalised. So there's been great progress in that. So all of these projects are being very closely monitored. We have no concerns about project delivery at this point in time, and we will continue to work with the operational areas to ensure the projects are delivered, that we're engaging with local suppliers wherever possible.
Thanks very much, Anne-Marie. Councillor Carroll, you've got a question.
Mr Mayor, they're a pretty good picture overall, and thank you very much, Anne-Marie. But just the 40,000 street lighting, is that because of our LED changeovers that we've done and
Savings that the
energy cost?
team have been working with Ergon Energy on tariff improvements.
Yes, so, and we have done the CBD with LED lighting, which will give us a longer life and use less power. So
That's true.
that's excellent. Thank you.
Any questions for the GM? Councillor McDonald?
Thanks, Mr Mayor. Just to comment, we've got mentioned earlier budget review in November. It's pleasing. I mean, we don't use a straight line when we're looking at budgets and how they're spent over time. So for councillors, it's important to note that not to use a straight line when we say that we've spent 26 million the first quarter, because it gets nowhere near what our target is. However, consistent to our spend last year, we are tracking better than what we were, as you mentioned. The pandemic response is one that probably needs a little bit of explaining, General Manager Anne-Marie, in regard to the announcement that we made around it being, work being done, undertaken straight away, and that includes a lot of planning for things that are being done. Just wanted to comment in regard to some of the projects that might be on the way. You mentioned the asphalt that's being done, but are there other projects that the community could be looking forward to in the next month or so, perhaps, that are in that pandemic?
Yes, Councillor, thank you for the question. We know that the Nellie Robinson, that tender process has been finalised, and we're expecting that announcement in the next day or two, the successful local provider to deliver those works, and also Highfields Library. So we're expecting that work to go out to tender shortly, and there will be an announcement in the next couple of days.
Fantastic. I guess if I could just follow up, it's important for councillors and the community to note that the commitment was to start quickly. However, due to the fact that we've seen an increase in building activity, and the General Manager for Planning highlighted that last week and may well do the same today, we're seeing civil works and others taking some local suppliers, obviously doing those sorts of work. So that's why our commitment was to start the process and look at making sure that we have work in the pipeline for when those civil works and others perhaps are looking for work, and that may be as late as next year, February, March. So I guess it's just a note for councillors around the table to say that the 50 million pandemic is a commitment, but it will be spread over that period of time for the reason that was put in place, to make sure that it's stimulating our economy and filling those low times when others are looking for work. So we don't want to compete, we actually want to complement what's happening locally, which is where we're going to bring forward some of these works, and hopefully we can continue to do that through the year.
Thanks, Councillor McDonald. Any other questions? Councillor McMahon?
Thanks, Chair. General Manager Anne-Marie. My question was $2.5 million in grant funding, and I thank you for answering that. Just the process for that now, does that extra, it's almost double the budget, does that go back into the pool for Budget Review 1, or what's the process regarding that?
Yeah, so Budget Review 1 provides an opportunity to review all income and expenditure to date. The added activity as part of this Budget Review 1 is the service delivery review and the work the service delivery team have done around rebaselining the budget. So we will look at grants that were budgeted and grants that weren't budgeted. So there may be some grants that we budgeted that we won't be getting what we anticipated. So it's a full review of them all.
Any further questions? The Building Our Regions funding, what were the timeframes around that? It sort of turned up suddenly, did it?
Yes, it did.
That must have a rather positive $1.4 million effect on our bottom line.
Yes, both of those.
Yeah, both of them.
Those grants.
2.8.
Very favourably received.
Okay, that's the hard part about the competitive funding that we have now, is that you don't know if it's coming or it's not coming, and you just can't budget, can you?
Do the best we can.
All you can do is hope.
Yes.
Okay, any other matters that anyone wishes to ask of GM Anne-Marie? If not, someone like to move that the monthly performance statement be received, please? Councillor McDonald, a seconder, please. Councillor McMahon, those in favour? Motion is carried. Thanks very much, Anne-Marie. Okay, we move then to planning. General Manager Stewart.
Good morning, Mr Mayor. Good morning, councillors.
Thanks, Stuart.
And yes, Anne-Marie had a lot of good news. I'll try and match. The expressions of interest went out for the Environment Advisory Committee, and that'll close on the 23rd of October. We advertised in the page 6 supplement of all the local newspapers. Well, say all, most of them, the ones that we could. We targeted the known groups as well. We sent letters out to the sort of established environment groups out there, and also there were a number of people that have regularly expressed an interest in being part of this advisory committee, so they were also sent a letter. So we're hoping that we'll get a good roll-up that we can the council can make a selection from. Toowoomba Planning Scheme number 20, which is the omnibus type of amendment, commenced on the 25th of September, and of course will also close on the 25th of October. This amendment is looking at neighbourhood character provisions, just tweaking those a bit, mapping of noise corridors, which relates to provisions that relate to housing and other forms of residential development in particular, and general heritage matters. The third item there, creative CBD. This relates, of course, to the number of vacant retail premises in our CBD, which this program, which has been really well received by the landowners, most of the landowners within the CBD, is looking to put in start-up retail activities, start-up businesses, and there's been a pretty good response in terms of expressions of interest from those start-ups, a lot of them very young people who have ideas that they want to exercise under or through this opportunity to actually have a main street frontage. So that does appear to be working from both viewpoints, landowners and people wishing to take the opportunity. Regional architecture and heritage is there's a set of figures there, that's stats, and the same with development services. There's certainly development is continuing, development applications are continuing to come through. There hasn't been a slackening off of those. Development engineering and plumbing, pretty much the same. The figures are holding up. Are there any questions, councillors?
Questions for the GM, Councillor Carl?
Just a comment, if I may, Mr Chair. Stuart, just looking at the stats in development services, development engineering and plumbing, and prior, so much in regional heritage, a good news story, the stats, whether it's newsworthy, comms team is another issue. But it still is a good news story.
It is, it is.
Some of the murmurings from certain sectors in the community and rumblings from parts of the media, the facts speak for themselves here around some of the completions around statutory timeframes and in amongst the volume of inquiries that we get on a day-to-day basis. So I think that's really good, and we should we should look for every opportunity to put that out there so that the broader community gets a sense of council's position in this and the responsibility we have in ensuring that we are looking out for the concerns of the broader community as well in achieving those measures that are required of us, and the percentages reflect that. So I think it's a good story. And comment, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. I don't think there's much more to add to what you've said. That basically the staff are working very hard to meet, or more than meet, the statutory timelines. They try to exceed it if they can, and it is interesting, some of the reports that come back and some of the comments that are made, particularly from some developers that actually have received extra and extraordinary service, and they still don't seem to appreciate that. However, that's life, that's the world we live in, and that's certainly my world anyway.
If I may, Mr. Chair, I think it's important for the broader community to get a clear message from council as per the facts about what we are actually doing and what we are trying to achieve continually.
Yep, thank you. And certainly we're wanting to keep council informed anyway, as you would have noticed from a couple of emails that have come through recently. The media has been somewhat one-sided, I guess you could say, for whatever reason, and so we're just trying to balance the facts with the story.
I think those of us who attended a recent luncheon, and I think there are about 4 of us there, it was a little bit hard to sit there and say absolutely zero, but what you say, Councillor Carl, is putting out the facts around what we're actually achieving is very important. And I think Stuart had a pretty rough time, as well as those who sat around and listened. There are always 2 sides to every story, and some of the work that our staff have done for some of those who were complaining the loudest, I think was overlooked. But anyhow, I think what you say in terms of us getting out those figures, the things that are happening, the things that are done, the average time of getting through things, I think that ought to go out there. I really do. Tough area. Tough area planning, very tough area. Any other comments around the room? Questions for the GM? If not, would someone like to move the receipt of that report, please? Oh, Councillor McDonald, you had a question?
Yeah, just a very quick question. Thanks, through you to General Manager Stewart. In regard to, I think it's page 24 actually, of 182, just the top one talks about development compliance team carried out 52 inspections. I just wanted to get an understanding, if you can educate me on what one inspection for a community management statement application was carried out, a CMS. I don't think I've ever seen that before, community management statement.
I think that's to do with boarding houses, inspection of boarding houses, and which we do with the fire department. But I would have, what I'll do, I'll take that on notice because I'd hate to mislead you, and get back to councillors on exactly what that is about. I can't tell you exactly, but I think it is to do with boarding houses and multiple short-term accommodation, which has to have special registration, and each year is checked by the fire department and our people. But I'll confirm that.
Follow up?
Follow up, Councillor McDonald?
Separate from that, the creative CBD Toowoomba time frame, Stuart, what's time frames on that? Can you remind me?
Yes, I think there. I don't think there is a particular time frame on it. I think the individual businesses that are going in have a minimum of about 12 months guaranteed, and generally, if they are really successful, then there would, of course, be the option as to whether they stay and come to an arrangement with the property owner. in terms of longer term rents, or whether they look for alternative accommodation. But it's not meant to be permanent rental arrangements. This is really an exercise of enabling, taking up the opportunity of the vacant shop fronts that are there at the moment, dressing up, helping to dress up the main street, making sure that it's active, and also giving an opportunity to those start-up businesses. And hopefully we'll achieve a whole range of hits in regard to all that, particularly in terms of start-up businesses. We're always looking for new and better businesses in town, and hopefully this will be it. But I think there's a 12-month sort of guaranteed in the premise.
Just to follow up on that,
Follow up.
if I could. What time frame are you thinking that it will start, though? People will...
Oh, when will it start? Oh, well, almost immediately is my understanding. It's happening at the moment. The first one will be going in the next, short while, week. It's within weeks.
Okay, thanks.
Sorry, I misunderstood your question.
Well, the 12 months was interesting too. That's good. Thanks.
Any further questions? If not, would someone move the receipt of that report, please? Councillor Carl. Second, please, Councillor Carol Taylor. Those in favour? Carried.
Thanks, councillors.
Damien, Water and Waste Services.
Good morning, Mr Mayor. Good morning, councillors.
Morning, Damien.
Morning.
Councillors, just want to talk about a major project that we're doing at the moment in relation to the Perseverance pump station. We've actually taken Perseverance pump station and isolated it, and we're removing the pumps and the vertical line shaft at the moment. That dam will be offline for 5 months over this summer. So we're principally relying all on Crestbrook and Kubi Dam with backup. So I just wanted to bring that to councillors' attention. The dam's got 15 mil of rain overnight, which is nice. 16 in Kubi, 15.8 in Perso, and 14.4 in Crestbrook. As at the end of the month, the dams are sitting at 31.7%. Crestbrook was principal source of water for us. Councillors, the drinking water consumption, most of our communities and areas are doing very well responding to this drought, and as the rains come through, we'll see rainwater tanks topping up, and that will help with some of our demand coming into the summer. Councillors, in the water project services there, you can actually see a couple of photos where we're putting in the base for the new switch room at Perseverance Reservoir, and we will trying to get a time-lapse camera up there so that we can get some images that we'll be able to show our residents as this project progresses over the next 5 months. A little bit further on, the Watella preliminary treatment area, the new band screens and associated grit equipment is in operation. So this is stopping all those cleansing wipes, which people aren't supposed to flush, and other things that end up in the lav and going down to Watella. So we've got quite fine grain grit screens now. So we're stopping all of that detritus and material from going into the rest of the Watella treatment process. So that is a very good thing. It helps the bugs work. It helps with less ragging, less build-up of material throughout the wastewater treatment plant. Councillors, the capital works for us is a little bit behind. You'll see at the bottom of the page there, the Perseverance main replacement. We had some leaks in both Crestbrook, where we had to stop works on the Perseverance, return it to service, fix the Crestbrook main, and then we had a burst in the Perseverance main. So we lost about 3 weeks. We're back in there now, and we'll continue into probably about the end of November. A little bit delayed on some of that, but we'll catch up on the Perseverance raw water main placement. Councillors, over in the passive assets, the smart meters in particular, the call for intention to offer was made and it closed on the 13th of October, and that will come to council in the fullness of time for assessment of that. In the waste services, a couple of exciting things there. Councillors, previously one of our innovations was the compression material that we showed you, where we compressed polystyrene down into essentially little sausage bricks. So there we've got about 120 compressed blocks now during September. And in terms of airspace that means it's not taking up in landfill and not being carted as a truckload, it's a condensed truck now, a condensed material. It's about 260 metres cubed of material which will be repurposed. The Clyton Waste Facility, the construction is around 75% complete. With best endeavours to get that open by Christmas, and then we'll work on where the final resource shop is going to be, but we'll have that facility, and it's continued to be open through this passage of time. So it's a little bit complicated to try and operate a site and build a site, but that's being managed very well. The landfill rehabilitation projects are progressing to schedule, and there are detailed planning design for Brookstead and Pilton underway. And councillors, there was the garden competition that was held, and Councillor Summerfield and Councillor Von Hoff judged that. And there's just a photograph of some of the innovative things that are coming out of the Reviver group. There's on the right-hand side is a repurposed refrigerator that's been turned into a planter box, and they've got some solar flare herb bed. So they're looking at waste in different ways, which is good to see. And councillors, council's sponsoring this year's Garage Sale Trail to be held on the 21st and 22nd of November, and the Garage Sale Trail promotes the event at a national and state level while sponsoring councils to provide local promotion. So, Mr Mayor.
Thank you very much, Damien. Are there any questions for Damien? Councillor McDonald.
Question, just a couple of very quick ones. Thanks through you, Mr Mayor, through to General Manager Platts. Just in regard to Perseverance Pump offline now for 5 months, General Manager, what sort of measures has Council put in place to I guess, ensure water security for that period of time?
Thank you for the question, Councillor McDonald. Previous to taking Perseverance off, we upgraded the switchgear at what we call C1, which is a pumping station at the dam itself in the inlet tower. So that's now modern day equivalent material, switching room. All those spares, those critical spares, it's pretty much the same material, the same gear that we took out is the same gear that we've got at C2, which is across the road from Perseverance Dam there. So those spares are being located close by for C2. So we've gone through and we've replaced a reflux valve in there as well. And we've done an audit of the critical spares and the condition of some of those. We've also done some preparatory work with some of our suppliers to make sure that bits and pieces that we might need, we know where they are, critical spares, and our critical services like Ergon know that we have that material off at Perseverance, and they're preparing some of the work there for the substation. So they're well aware of that, but they're aware of how critical keeping Wivenhoe going, keeping Crestbrook going and keeping Kubi online is for us this summer. So we've been working with our stakeholders on maintaining no interruptions to those dams.
Thanks, Damon. I just wondered whether there was also a measure in regard to keeping reservoirs higher than normal, perhaps, or for a period of time.
Councillor McDonald, yes, that's true. Ordinarily, we try to minimise some of our electricity costs by keeping reservoirs to a certain height and then letting them lower down, and then we'll refill them overnight. It also helps with water quality and circulating the water. We've put some mixers in at Mount Kynoch, so these are a little bit like a propeller that's in the water that helps mix the water to keep the chlorine levels good. But we've also taken an operational position to maintain the pumping and keep the reservoirs at a higher level than we would ordinarily do. So in and around town, and particularly at Mount Kynoch and Mount Peachy. So we have done some operational responses to make sure that if we had a burst in a raw water trunk main, that we've got as many hours and days up our sleeve to get in and fix the gear.
Thanks.
Further questions? Councillor McMahon.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, General Manager Platts. Lovely to hear the rain on the roof last night. Just wondering about the drinking water complaints. There was a few in Yarraman. Just wondering if you could highlight the story with the drinking water up there and perhaps what's being done regarding the drinking water.
Yes, thank you for the question, Councillor McMahon. There's two sources of water essentially at Yarraman. One is out of the Weir, which has a natural flow to it. It ends up being reasonably high in bromide. So we have an agreement with South Burnett to take water from their trunk main up into Boondooma Dam. Some of the complaints will be related to a blending with Weir water, and occasionally we have the trunk main being turned off. There was a period there where the trunk main was off, and we had to use the Weir water. So that's what that will be related to. So the residents will have noticed actually a difference in the water quality.
Further questions? Councillor McDonald.
It's just one little one, Damien. Page 30 of 182, noise mitigation at Wivenhoe, funds of $200,000 for a fix. Is that council's responsibility, the $200,000? And if so, will it be a budget item we need to find, or is it absorbed within the...
It is our responsibility because it's our gear. It's creating a resonance at just on the audible hearing range. It's at 70 hertz. The pump, when it was configured, Councillor McDonald, it isn't in an enclosed shed, so some of the vibration, it may actually be acting a little bit like a speaker. So we are looking at some ways to quieten that down. We have been working with a resident down there for some period of time and the regulator, and seeing as though it's not in Toowoomba Regional Council's area, we've been working with the relevant council down there as well, because to find a solution. So we do have the funds to fix that. It was a known issue. We just needed to get the right acoustic modelling and then come up with the right solution. So that.
Thanks.
Any further questions? Damien, I've just been going through bit by bit through the Engeni report, and I note the amount of water that's being treated at Mount Kynoch has had a reasonable sort of an incline on it. It looks to me it's about a volumetric increase of requirements for Toowoomba of about 5% a year, and I've tried to fathom that out. Have you got any comments on that? And secondly, whilst in the Gold Coast at the conference, I found a number of sort of emerging sciences around water security in our existing pipelines, and some of the people seemed to be fairly advanced. I wouldn't know whether you're dealing with them or whether you're not, but there are some sciences out there that apparently are pretty exact when it comes to measuring capability of underground pipes and whether they need replacing and so forth. Are we using that sort of stuff?
I'll take the first question first, Mr Mayor, if I may. Mount Kynoch, if we go back to further back in time, before the Millennium Drought, the residents were using much more water and it was a smaller population.
Yep.
So in response to the Millennium Drought, we have had a generational shift, and we're responding to this drought in a very pleasant way with their water consumption as well. So we're about at the same production now out of Mount Kynoch as we were pre-Millennium Drought with a larger population. So there's more people, but they're using less water per person. Mount Kynoch does need to be upgraded, you're absolutely right. Population growth and economic development is quite stable and consistent in Toowoomba region, and we see that through the planning scheme. We'll see that through the next planning scheme as it comes through in the growth studies. So yes, we've got a project out there. We've passed that we go to an expression of interest for early contractor involvement today out of today's Water and Waste Committee that Ordinary Council has adopted, and we'll be going out for an upgrade of Mount Kynoch to get us enough time to build a new water treatment plant. As we change technologies and put more barriers in, more ways to kill bugs and stop bugs from getting into the drinking water. Mount Kynoch has done sterling service, but she is an aged and old treatment process, and quite a simple treatment process.
I took my notice off a graph which had a rise, just a consistent rise.
Yes.
In the amount of water that was actually treated.
Yes.
Now, I may have misread that graph, but I'll certainly go back and have a look at it, and we'll have a chat about it.
Yeah, we normally, in winter, we're normally about sort of 26 to 32 megalitres a day, and then in summer it peaks. We have a peaking load into summer, up to sort of 60 plus megalitres a day, and that's where we have to change the way we run the plant in order to maintain that demand. But that's right, it's consistent growth, Mr Mayor.
Yep.
In relation to the LGAQ conference and some of the companies that you may be talking about, I'm not sure which ones, but I'm happy to catch up. They would be looking at maths on leakage. So how leaky is our network, and looking at how much we put in and how much comes out at the other end. So part of that program for us is the network smart meters, the meters that we've put in and around pressure zones, and we've been doing that now for nearly 16 months. We're on the last few at the moment. Once we get because we essentially run a mesh network so that we can have continuity of supply from a variety of different ways, because you don't want just a single pipe and have a fire here and need all your water to come through the one pipe. You like it to come through a bit of a mesh. So in those meshes, you need to have these smart meters so that you can work out precisely how leaky or how much is moving around. So as we're getting that data, yes, we're getting it analysed. I'm not sure if it's with those companies that you're referring to, though, Mr Mayor.
Okay, no, there'd be, I've got some cards, and they would be of interest to all of us, I think, in terms of water savings, because we do know that we are losing water in our underground pipe system. Any other questions? Councillor Carl?
Item of interest, I was quite amazed with the styrofoam lock compression, 260 cubic metres of land saved for the month of September. That's enormous. I mean, if you equate that, I've just doing the geographical space here, that'd be approximately as wide as those front tables, down to the back here, and double stacked, the tables. So that is a phenomenal amount of landfill space that is saved. These sorts of initiatives around technology can extend the life of our resource. God, no.
Matt Torr's done great work with that, and I understand that a number of councils, neighbouring councils and further afield have been to come and see that piece of kit. We are thinking about putting that piece of gear in other transfer stations in order to not have to, you do see on the road verges those little bits of polystyrene foam that have come off. So transporting this it's low weight, it's easily captured, it can end up as litter. So it's a really good piece of gear, relatively cheap and a good piece of gear.
Just out of one initiative, I mean, how much life do we extend on our asset in available space in the landfill? That's a really important initiative.
It does kick it out, yes. I don't have the number.
Oh, just a comment. I thought that was rather...
And it's also a revenue stream for council, because once that is now a compressed blockette, it has a purpose. It can be repurposed.
Thanks, Councillor Carl. Any further questions for the GM? Not, would someone like to move the receipt of that report, please? Councillor Summerfield has moved. Seconder, please. Councillor McDonald. Those in favour? That is carried. Thanks very much, Damien. Mr Brady. Michael. Infrastructure Services.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Good morning, councillors. So looking back at September, a number of things obviously progressing right across the region. First one, I'd just like to highlight some of the innovation, different ideas that are coming out in the road space around safety, road safety. So these installations have gone in recently, and obviously with sort of technology this day and age, we can now start recording, you know, vehicle speeds and other data. This will help us, you know, get a feel. This was quite a terrible black spot, this location, and since we've done the major work a couple of years ago, fingers crossed, it'll continue. Fortunately, we haven't had any fatals there since that time. But that said, this allows us to pick up on what the behaviour of the travelling motorists is like, and then we can also obviously feed this on to through our relationships with the police, give them information and timing of when there seems to be people disobeying areas of through here. It is an 80 zone through there, and obviously we still get people going through that location at high speeds. So that'll be good to see how that works over time. Next one I'd just like to make note of is the work that we are doing in respect to the Toowoomba bus station car park. And though we are doing a lot of promotion and our stakeholder engagement team helping us a lot, the take-up has been pretty low to date, as noted there. Just on some recent figures I've had done, the Toowoomba bus station car park is running at around about only 50% usage presently. So that's sort of your normal Monday to Friday. So it hasn't got up to the pre-COVID levels by any means at this stage. In the south, the 18 disaster recovery works all but completed. Getting on with the Tumbleville Road Bridge, which is good to see, but that won't be finished until early in the first quarter next year. What was interesting, the recent completion of Morris Road was open to traffic, fully to traffic in early September, and took, well, probably only took days, but traffic went through threefold increase from around about 700 vehicles a day. So pre the bypass, it was very seldom used, and then with the bypass in and the access to Boundary Street eastern ramps, it went to around 700 vehicles a day. And now that's got a seal, it's at over 2,000 vehicles a day, 2,100 vehicles a day. Wow. So it's getting a lot of usage, and this information is very important at this point in time, and a lot of our discussions with Inland Rail and the impact to the road network and transport in the Gowrie area, Gowrie Junction area. So yeah, we'll keep monitoring that fairly closely. The team is very active. We've got a couple of work crews very active in the Highfields Library space. And you may be aware, but as of Monday coming, there'll be O'Brien Road will be road closure there. So there's been a lot of stakeholder engagement, and it'll be closed for about a month whilst the teams get stuck into the work there and roundabout and a few other pieces of work. So there's been a lot of engagement with the fireys, all the emergency services, school bus, TransLink, and the shopping centre, obviously, and the other developers. Elsewhere, a very interesting one, and I'll probably bring back to council again, is the work that we've done at the Devon Park Road level crossing. We've done our part to this project. The project as a whole is not quite finished yet. With Queensland Rail putting in their solar-powered flashing lights, a system, an autonomous flashing light system, which is quite innovative, and will be one of a few trial sites across across Queensland. So over the next, I think through possibly by the end of November, that should be installed, and then obviously they'll go through some trialling with that. Other jobs happening in Central, there's been a lot of, I suppose, curb, footpath type works, minor works, maintenance works happening across the city. Out of Kingsthorpe, positive there with the ongoing drainage improvements that we're doing. This is the second stage of works at Kingsthorpe. Tallis Street was underground drainage works there. This stormwater embankment through Settlers Park hopefully will, well, the aim and objective of this is to mitigate the flood flows going through properties as they have to date from this creek system that runs down there. So all going well, that'll work as planned and as designed in the majority of events. Look, councillors, that's a quick oversight of what's been happening. Happy to take any questions.
Councillor Carol Taylor.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Look, I'd just like to comment on a couple of things, Mike. Morris Road, it's great to see that it's been sealed, but it's imagine it's at least more than doubled again since the seal's been there.
Tripled, yeah.
Hopefully that we can press upon Inland Rail the value of having that connection, because most of it will go. So having a connection to replace it on or around that area. So I think it's most important. I know you're working and the team are working very hard in that space. But I wanted to mention the Meringham Shirley Road, which has been a long process, long construction job, and it's been quite complex with the pavement and the drainage and stuff there. So I just want to thank the community for their patience, but many of them, they're very aware that they've ended up with a much better road, and as we know, there's a concrete footpath and extra seal parking for the area around the Meringham School, which is experiencing a lot of growth. I think this year they had 40 plus preppy students in there. So look, I congratulate the team on that. And just mentioning on fleet and logistics, I was talking to the pickles guy down at the pickles auctions down at the conference, and as we probably know, that the resale of used cars, used vehicles in particular, has risen, and he says it's by 20+%.
Okay.
So I suppose what we gain on the swings we'll lose on the roundabout, but maybe new cars will be more expensive, which I think they will be, but the resale of our used, at least light vehicles, has gone up by 20+%. So it's a good outcome for council because they're always well maintained, so it's a good thing. But I think, my main take out of this is what a great job, and it's gone through the portfolio leadership of Councillor James and Councillor Melissa, myself, and it's really great to see this project finished and a really good outcome for those people along the Meringham Shirley Road. Thank you.
Any other comments around the room? Councillor Summerfield.
Thank you, Mr Chair, and thank you for that report, Mike. I've just got a couple of questions, if I could. Someone raised somewhere, I read it, that the Highfields cycleway is only for cycles, that it's not a shared pathway. I know it's TMR, but I'm just wondering, is that correct?
No, it's shared pathway.
Oh, thank goodness for that.
There you go. How does that make you feel?
It's definitely
I just
signed.
wonder whether we shouldn't try and put something out there about that to ensure that people understand. Can't even remember where I read it, but I thought, surely not.
So you're right, Councillor Summerfield, it's definitely signed by TMR, cyclists only. So we need to do some work with them because it's definitely signed that way.
Thank you. That's
Yeah,
it.
look, councillors, it was always my understanding that pathway from basically Caudle Road through to Toowoomba Christian College was available to both cyclists and pedestrians. So I'm happy to take that matter forward and discuss that with TMR if the signage is indicating something different.
Thank you very much. So then the other thing you mentioned earlier about flood works being done out at Kingsthorpe, and I've received a number of calls from a resident out there who has had flooding issues following a development on the neighbouring property. And we always sign off on no worsening on these development applications when they come through. And I just wonder, you know, how does a resident progress that to ensure that they get an outcome that provides a solution in the long term?
Yeah. It's my understanding that that matter that you are pointing to there, there's a couple of things happening in regards to that one. Number one, the development in question was actually approved under the old Rosalie Shire Council, so it's quite an old approval, and that's sort of flown through, but it's been done in stages over time. And obviously what was asked of them was in those days probably a little bit more limited to what we'd ask from a drainage perspective now. We've, in regards to the assessment of flooding issues and drainage issues in Kingsthorpe, the work that's been done in the last few years that has led into the works that we're doing now is trying to pick up on the shortcomings of some of those developments and trying to obviously incorporate or ameliorate those issues as best we can. And I'm also trying to take forward where we do a piece of work in that area that we are cognizant of the drainage problems that have been raised by our community in those locations. So that we are doing, I'm just trying to think of the road, we've got a low-cost seal happening on it this year. And I've asked them to ensure that they address the drainage matter within that design, or as best they can, and closely liaison with the adjacent landowners is an important part of that.
Thank you.
Any further questions for the GM? If not, would someone move the receipt of that report, please? Councillors Melissa Taylor and Carol Taylor, those in favour? That is carried. Thanks very much, Mike.
Thank you,
Next.
Mr Mayor and councillors.
We won't have a discussion on the grand final, GM. We'll discuss that in a month's time at the November meeting. We'll know who won it then.
Fair enough. Thank you, Mr Mayor. Good.
But I think it's relevant.
17 in a row. Good afternoon, good morning still. I'm getting ahead of myself. Good morning, councillors. Thank you, Mr Mayor. Councillors, some highlights from the Environment Community Services Group over the last month and a little bit of a look forward as well. All regional aquatic centres have opened for the swimming season, with the exception of Millmerran, and councillors are aware of the challenges that we face at Millmerran. I am happy to report that the immediate rectification works that are required are nearing completion, and that pool will be due to open on Saturday the 7th of November, and the current operators will continue to operate that pool for us throughout this swimming season. We will be undertaking community consultation in relation to what we should do with that pool. We're aware of the facility effectively reaching its end of useful life, and so we're exploring a number of options around the renewal or replacement of that swimming pool and aquatic asset. So I encourage the community to get on board and have their say in relation to the consultation. I think last week at committee, Councillor O'Shea just highlighted some of the numbers in relation to Carnival of Flowers. I'd just point out that some 116,000 people were recorded to have attended Queen's Park over the 10 days of Carnival of Flowers, and almost 82,000 people were recorded to attend Laurelbank Park in the same period. So it just demonstrates the power of the flower and the popularity of the Carnival of Flowers in what's been a very challenging year. So well done to Carnival Kate Scott and the team, and indeed all of our gardeners and all of the council staff involved in that event. Councillors, during the month we opened the Margaret Street Playground officially, and that project was delivered with funding support from the state government, for which we're very grateful, and I'm sure you'll agree that the master plan that we approved for Queen's Park, probably some 8 or 9 years ago now, I think, is almost coming to completion of all the various stages, and I think we have a much upgraded and improved asset worthy of the title of the jewel in our crown in the Garden City. The Crow's Nest SES shed was opened during the month and delivers some significant upgrades for our SES volunteers there in Crow's Nest, which are much needed and much welcome, so that's a great addition to the Crow's Nest community. And I just highlight, councillors, it's not in the report, but it's come to my attention this week that the Highfields Library tenders will be advertised this weekend. So the tenders for design and construct will be advertised, go to market, and so that's a very significant milestone to us and for us to achieve. And I congratulate again the project team involved there. Look forward to a fantastic outcome at Highfields over the coming year. Mr Mayor, happy to take any questions if there are any.
Are there questions for the GM? Councillor Carroll?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Not a question, but a pass on, I guess. We had a meeting this morning on the recovery group, and it was mentioned, as we all know, the gardens are still looking beautiful. And, you know, people have visited us over there through COVID, I suppose, looking for somewhere to go from Brisbane and surrounding southeast Queensland areas. And the occupancy rates for October are much higher than they have been in the past. So I'd think that, you know, I don't know what normally happens at this time. I think maybe they take the flowers away and perhaps fertilise for the summer plantings, but they've left them there and they're still looking beautiful, and people are still coming up to look at them. So you might like to pass that on to the teams. So that's really a good outcome. Thank you.
No, it was an amazing event, very different event, and the clear focus of all those people who were on the Warrego Highway on the Saturdays and Sundays around Carnival was to see the flowers. Yeah. And maybe, I don't have any expertise in this, but I'd like to hear some opinions on just, is there a reason to change the format a little bit, given the crowds that we had? Anybody else wishing? James, you have nothing to... Councillor McDonald, you've got something to say?
Just very quickly. Nick, through you, Mr Chair, Mr Mayor, through to GM Nick, we do some phenomenal programs at the library, have done for many years, First Five Forever and other things that we do. There's a little program at the Moreton Shire doing called Backstage Pass. If I could just pass that on for you to pass on to the library team, and perhaps Councillor McMahon might follow this one up as well, just in regard to it's basically families with people who deal with autism in their families, and how they interact with libraries out of hours in an environment where they feel comfortable. I know that we've got a very committed library crew that may be well aware of this, but I just thought I'd raise it as something to have a look into.
Thanks, Councillor McDonald.
Yep.
Mr Mayor, I'd like to second that, because having family with autism, it's an amazing thing. I've got some photographs, as you probably have, Councillor McDonald, and it was really, really impressive what they brought out and what a difference that it made. And on that, I know that, you know, some of the, like in Sydney, I suppose they have such normal times I'm talking about, have such a large population there that they actually run, when they had Lion King, they actually ran an autism or that type of spectrum actual performance for them. And I know my family went over from Canberra over to Sydney because they didn't have, you know, they had dull lights and less loud music and that sort of thing. It's a section of our community that probably does miss out a little bit, and if we could cater for them through there, and I'm sure our people out there probably aware of it because they keep up with what happens, so it'd be really good to see that brought in here. It'd be great. Thanks.
Councillor Summerfield, you indicated that by holding up that tissue box you might have wanted to
Thank you.
ask a question.
I've
Sorry if I missed you
been doing it
before.
for a while, but that's all right. Maybe I can get someone live streaming, watching the live streaming, to text you. Look, I was just wondering, the Carnival Lane, and I apologise for missing the beginning of your report, Nick, you may have touched on it. The Carnival Lane, you may have seen my email, wondering what else we're doing in there based on, you know, the BG's Redcliffe, something like that, to make it a really exciting place, like a tourism attraction for people to go in there, apart from the fact that it's accessing the parking, to encourage people to park nearby. I'm just wondering whether there are any plans afoot to try and ensure that we have a stimulating lane.
Yeah. Thanks for the question, Councillor Summerfield. I'm still just waiting on some advice from the project team around that. I'm not across the detail of everything that's being delivered. Councillor O'Shea is indicating he's going to help me out. We've done there's the public art components that are going in there. Of course, the whole project's constrained by budget, so whether we can achieve everything that we'd aspire to in the first stage might be a bit of a challenge, but there'll be opportunities down the track. But I do intend to get back to your email just once I get some more detailed information back from the project team. But sorry, Mr Mayor, through you as the chair, I think Councillor O'Shea was indicating
O'Shea.
with that one.
Through you, Chair, I can probably shed a small amount of light on that. We had the most recent Carnival Lane Park on earlier this week, and obviously myself, Councillor Cullen and Councillor Carol Taylor were part of that. Unfortunately, they couldn't make this one, but I can probably update the chamber, I suppose, on that situation. So it most certainly was discussed around obviously what that looks like, and GM Hauser probably put the couple of points that he made there around obviously financially and sort of what the budget sits around, what can and can't be done with that, but that will come back to council. So Park is obviously looking at the different pieces of artworks that will go in there, and there most certainly has one of the main things that was certainly discussed, Councillor Summerfield, around that was just around the engagement of the actual space, and now it makes it a stimulating space and all of those things. So, but I think that will come back to council for a further report, and you're not preempting, but it might. If we want to make it a bit more of a hullabaloo, we may need a few more. It may come through. It may need a little bit extra funding, but that'll be obviously a decision of council of how they see that lane and what can be done with it, because there are other opportunities once it's open for around carnival times and things to embellish, etc., etc.
Thanks, James.
Okay. Any other comments? Councillor McMahon.
Thanks, Chair. Couple of comments actually, and then a couple of questions. But I just wanted to, like everyone, sing the praises of the Carnival team. And my highlight of Carnival was actually in the Toowoomba Visitor Information Centre, where they were coming up in droves up the hill in the morning and just over the moon to be here and wanted to hear every place they could see flowers. And really, for Queensland, it was a great initiative, and happy to be involved. Can I also just sing the praises, similarly to Councillor McDonald, around our library services, and I noticed that everyone else's social media would be full of parents from across the region sending their kids to school in all sorts of amazing outfits for Book Week.
Yes.
And I really appreciate that Toowoomba Region is involved in Book Week, and our libraries are getting on board with that, and I encourage everyone to I don't know, maybe we'll have a dress-up day here, but Book Week's a great initiative, and I'm glad to see we're doing it. Similarly, great to be in Oakey recently for the launch, and I know it's in your report, of Glib Glob's Audacious Gift, which was a book written by primary schoolers in our region, and I think we're getting a few copies for the local library. So a lot of great stuff happening there. My questions were around the TR Eats program was very well received, and I was certainly, the wallet was drained and the waistline was increased because I was out at all of them. But I noticed you've got in the report the amount of eateries involved. Do we have any feedback on the uptake by the community around, and I know this is individual cafes might say different things, but how well received it was?
Thanks for the question, Councillor McMahon. I don't have that information to hand in relation to feedback. There will be a report coming back to council reporting on outcomes from Carnival Flowers and looking ahead, so we can make sure that that's covered off in that report when it comes to council.
To follow up, I noticed an interesting part in your report. Out at Oakey, there's been a bit of concern with the residents, and whether it's drought or whatever, their sort of garden beds in the main street have been a bit bare for quite some time, and I welcome that they have been planted with some nice new native species, and that's something to really take on board. And I know a lot of other regions are waiting for their park or their main street or their nature areas to be replanted, and I thank the team for getting around to them in time. Last question is to Book Drive Memorial Lookout, any update on the progress of that?
I don't have a completion date for that one, Councillor McMahon. I've not had anything reported to me, so no news is good news in my book. If something's going wrong with the project, I'd hear about it. So other than to say it's on program and on track, but I don't recall the completion date of that project. I'll check that and can circulate that for you.
Any further questions? Comments? Not. Would someone like to move the receipt of that report, please? Councillor O'Shea, Councillor McMahon. Those in favour? It's carried. Thanks very much, Nick. Anne-Marie, back again.
Good afternoon, councillors. Group report for finance and business strategies. I'll just go through some highlights. Service Improvement Branch, as you can see, they have commenced the next stage of the corporate mobility programme. So we've got construction and maintenance, property services and water infrastructure services all being looked after in this round. Looking at some highlights from stakeholder engagement, we're looking at the actual engagement activities, and GM Mike mentioned a while ago the stakeholder engagement team involvement with ISG projects, so that you can see there's a couple of projects mentioned there. Also the social media, if you look at the graph there, you can see the peak around Carnival, so we're very happy with the engagement, and the team have been looking at some innovative ways to engage with our social media. And moving on to information communication technology, as you can see that business continuity fallover tests were completed. So this is a business as usual process, but it's absolutely critical for that testing to continue and be ongoing so that we know our systems are safe. And you can see that we've included there the transition to our first Tier 1 project going on the cloud. So we're very excited with that progress. Moving on to the pod report, I've got a comment there just on the fire crew training, and that council actually offers our staff nationally accredited training in this area, and we have carried out some extensive training over the last few weeks. The bottom line there, we've just mentioned about washable masks. So the washable face masks are the most efficient and economical face masks. So we've issued those to all our staff to assist with social distancing. Moving on to customer service, just the first stop point there I'll draw your attention to. With all the measures that we've put in place, phone inquiries are still 26%, the highest one for general rates inquiries, so still 26% of the calls coming through were to do with that. We have we've put in that interactive voice response for the planning scheme amendments. So what that meant was that any of our customers that had an inquiry phoned the customer service number, phoned the main council number, and got the message that to press a number to go straight through. So that eliminated one step completely in having to go to customer service and being put through to someone else. So that was a good point. Looking at procure to pay, you'll notice that our local spend is slightly down for the month, and this is as a direct result of a couple of significant payments. So our annual subscription to WorkCover and a payment to the Department of Environment and Service and Science. But we are confident that the work we're doing, particularly around capital delivery and engaging local suppliers, that will see that upward trend being maintained. Councillors, for the first time, we have included a very brief report on Council's 3 controlled entities. So this is a requirement from Queensland Audit Office, and it's just in the interest of transparency. So just to let you know, throughout the year, you do receive deputation and information sessions from our controlled entities, but QAO have asked us to ensure it's a more formal process. So I'm happy to take any feedback on that reporting. As I said, this is the first time we've done it. Queensland Audit Office weren't able to actually provide a best practice because it is a development process. So we're very happy with this first step for us.
Any questions for Anne-Marie? Councillor McDonald and then Councillor Carl.
Just a very quick comment around the controlled entities, Anne-Marie. This is obviously we need to do it and we should. And I think it's a great initiative. Do each entity know when they will be coming to council?
Yes.
Just if there are questions councillors could ask, I know you expect it to be over everything, but it might be a bit challenging. And I know it's difficult because they're largely a volunteer board, but perhaps the CEOs of those organisations could be invited to attend these meetings in future just to ask any questions that are pertinent for the public record.
Yes.
And one of those is around the Empire Theatre's reporting financials without an original budget year to date and year to date actuals. I wonder if that's just an oversight or...
No, so the difference with the Empire Theatre is around timing.
Okay.
So their board met on Monday or Tuesday this week, and hadn't reviewed the financials. So we're working at how to improve that process.
That's
so
great.
the ideal situation for us is to have the three controlled entities reporting together quarterly at the same time. So we're working to try and achieve that.
Fantastic, thank you.
Any further questions? Councillor Carl?
Yeah, through you, Chair. Emery, on page 2 of 10 of the report, or the ICT service desk, the performance activities, I was just looking at those, and it's all green ticks, and it's a 50% target. And you mentioned, and I'm just thinking about not operationally, strategically, on a broader sense, there may be an appropriate time for some evolution to happen here. And given your comments about our migration to the Tier 1 project to the cloud, and as we progressively move out of those in-house, for want of a better word, data centre or managing our own back of office comms stuff, ICT, there will naturally be a refocus on the function and the operation of staff. So I'm just wondering, at the appropriate time, we may need to revisit those targets, given the potential shift of, rather than plugging a patching cord in to a mainframe, the staff will become more customer front-end focused, and that is allowing people in the organisation to explore greater capacity on how they use the platforms, how they use devices to get the best out of what we use in council. So I'm just wondering, with that evolution that'll take place, there might be an appropriate time down the track to review those targets if there's a shift in staff function and...
Yeah, absolutely, Councillor, and that is a very real benefit of moving to the cloud, is that it will free up resources on premises to further enhance our service delivery.
Thanks.
Any further questions for the GM? If not, would someone like to move the receipt of that report, please? Councillor McDonald and Councillor O'Shea. Those in favour? It's carried. Councillors, we'll take a 5-minute break now. The program we have here today, because of the annual report, is that we have a 5-minute break now while they set up the cameras and so forth for the annual report. I'm in your hands if you feel that, and I think our staff are here waiting for that very process to go through, so I'd suggest that we do that. And there's not too much more to do. There's the report. There is a motion coming from the floor from Councillor Summerfield, and then I think we've got to deal with one matter that was to be dealt with in confidential, so we'll have to go into confidential. So does that suit you, or would you rather do it another way?
You better to go to lunch now.
Councillor O'Shea has to leave at 1 o'clock, he's done.
Relevant.
I just trying to... You hungry, obviously?
I just need a break.
Yeah, well, we've got a 5-minute break right now.
Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Please, Councillor McDonald, Councillor Carol Taylor, those in favour? Carried. declare the meeting open again. That doesn't need a resolution, I don't think. And we move now to the matter of the annual report and its receipt. Now, I will ask General Manager Anne-Marie to begin the discussion, please.
Good afternoon, councillors. I am delighted to present Council with the draft 2019-20 annual report. So Council is required to adopt its annual report within 1 month after the day the Auditor General gives their audit report on the financial statements. So the Auditor General signed off on the 28th of September, so we're well within the regulation with reviewing the annual report today. This report has been prepared for adoption by Council in accordance with relevant legislation. In considering the report today, it's worth noting that this year is the first year we've reported against our new corporate plan. I would also like to mention that this is the first year that this financial year, Council incurred an overall net loss of $98,000. This was expected, partly because of the impact of Australian accounting standards, particularly around revenue recognition, but also due to the stimulus effects from COVID-19. In stage 1 of our pandemic response investment, Council allocated $8.7 million in the form of a rate concession and provided temporary free parking to the Toowoomba CBD, and we also waived a number of other fees. We also had to account for loss of income from facility hire and other revenue streams we normally would be reliant on. In face of these challenges, Council has been able to maintain its Queensland Treasury Corporation credit rating this year with the sound with neutral outlook. So it gives me great pleasure to bring this report to Council for consideration.
Thanks very much, Anne-Marie. Councillors, ladies and gentlemen, it's my pleasure now to table the report to my fellow councillors, to Brian and all the staff, Brian our CEO, to the members of the public. It's my absolute pleasure to table the 2019-20 Toowoomba Regional Council Annual Report. Last year we sat down with our community to chart our vision for the future, a roadmap to guide how we would use resources strategically to realise current and future needs and aspirations. This vision was detailed in our 2019-24 corporate plan, which we report against for the first time in 2019-20 financial year. Our 2019-20 annual report also chronicles the achievements of our region and provides a transparent summary of how we spent money received via rates, grants, fees and other revenue sources. While public parks, pools and libraries have reopened, it is at a reduced capacity. No one anywhere in the world can say when we will return to normal. It's nearly impossible to know where our economy stands, however. I am optimistic that there will be an after COVID-19 future, not only for us, but for the world. Pandemic-induced economic downturn will seriously challenge Toowoomba Regional's decade-long run of unprecedented growth. The Council remains open for business and, importantly, continues to provide essential services for our community. Our 19-20 annual report delivers a comprehensive summary of our current financial position and how Council is progressing towards achieving our goals. A quick summary is, some sectors of the economy are performing well, despite the overall economic downturn. As Mayor, I'm determined to see the recovery efforts from all levels of government reaching every sector of our economy. I especially wish to see targeted support to help our young people and others who are the hardest hit by the shutdown, and I hope that they can possibly return to work soon. In the 19-20 financial year, Council injected $514 million into our economy, including operational expenditure of $340 million and capital expenditure of $174 million. Our region is on the cusp of major investments in the Toowoomba CBD, the Toowoomba Wellcamp Airport and the Brisbane to Melbourne Inland Rail project. The official opening of the $1.6 billion Toowoomba bypass in September 2019 was a major milestone for our region. Can I take this opportunity of congratulating everybody who helped deliver this iconic project, and that includes the interface work, but those who also advocated over so many years to make sure that that project became a reality. Investment is strong in the region, and Council is committed to engaging with our community to realise a shared and a sustainable future. Our banker, the Queensland Treasury Corporation, continues to endorse our sound financial position, and this year Council achieved a 95% average for the completion of activities planned against our operational plan. It's through vigorous planning and responsible fiscal management that Council continues to deliver value for money services to the community, and that is despite decreasing reliance on revenue from external grants. Over the past decade, our region has experienced challenging and difficult climatic conditions at times, and that's included devastating flash floods, fires and prolonged drought. But we are a resilient region, and now more than ever is the time for our community to work together. I'm very positive that our residents have the resolve and the energy to continue the work that builds on our rich traditions, while positioning us very clearly and future generations to enjoy a quality lifestyle while taking advantage of new opportunities. Local government is the community builder in this nation. Our response to the pandemic was directly aimed at helping our community rebuild from this unprecedented and unexpected event. Stimulating local employment was one of the most constructive and immediate ways that we could revive our regional economy. As part of our 2019 COVID-19 economic relief measures, Council offered extra support to local firms and operators through the revised procurement policy. Water security, of course, is our highest priority, and we continue to search for future supply options. Council invested heavily in major water infrastructure projects in the 2019-20 financial year. Council is also working with other levels of government and regionally to plan for alternate water sources to cater for our long-term needs. We are working with the state government on feasibility of the Southern Pipeline that will supply water to Cambodia, to Nobby, to Greenmount and to Clifton, and potentially connect centres outside the Toowoomba region. We also invested in maintaining and improving local roads as we work towards our vision of zero road deaths and serious injuries right through our regional road safety strategy. Council finalised preliminary reviews of the Toowoomba Regional Planning Scheme and the Local Government Infrastructure Plan, which clearly underpins a range of land uses, settlement patterns and the subsequent rollout of essential infrastructure that supports urban growth. We will move to the next stage of major investigations covering policies on the environment, urban density and design, as well as industrial development being amongst the key topics. Throughout this program, there will be multiple opportunities for the community and interested stakeholders, including the development industry groups, to have a say about the future of this region. We also launched a 10-year review of the Toowoomba City Centre Master Plan. Your City Centre Beyond 2020, the name of the plan, celebrates a progress made in implementing priority projects in the Toowoomba CBD in the last decade of the city heart. We live in the best region in the world, and we continue to look for new ways to create opportunities for disadvantaged and vulnerable groups in our community by offering programs and events that promote inclusion, promote tolerance, and also a community spirit. These achievements would not have been possible without the expertise, the passion, in the hard work of our combined staff. Can I, on behalf of my fellow councillors, sincerely thank our CEO Brian Pidgeon and his whole leadership team for their oversight and guidance during the year, particularly as we navigated the daily changes to our services and facilities during the COVID-19 pandemic. I also acknowledge the valuable contribution that has been made by our staff and also the committed volunteers of the Toowoomba region. Council elections were held in March 2020, signalling a brand new beginning at the start of our next 4-year journey. I am privileged to be serving the region as Mayor for another term, and I congratulate our continuing councillors, Councillor McDonald, Councillor O'Hara-Sullivan, Councillor Carol Taylor, Councillor James O'Shea, Councillor Bill Carl and Councillor Nancy Summerfield. Can I also welcome very warmly our newly elected councillors, Councillor Von Hoff, Councillor Shine, Councillor Melissa Taylor and Councillor McMahon. Congratulate them on their appointments. I'd also like to thank my fellow councillors for their passion and support and the community service that they give. I especially wish to pay tribute and express my deepest gratitude to our former councillors, Councillor Glasheen, Councillor Ramia, Councillor Chris Tate and Councillor Mike Williams for their service that they provided to this council and to the Toowoomba region. Serving the community is incredibly rewarding, and I look forward to working with councillors, with the staff and with the community to enhance the vibrancy, the livability and the economic sustainability of the Toowoomba region. We are very, very fortunate to live in this wonderful place. I am confident our combined efforts will strengthen our rich traditions and ensure current and future generations of community take full advantage of our bold ambitions. I'll now hand over to the Chair of Finance and Business Strategy, Councillor McDonald.
Thank you very much, Mr Mayor and Councillor, CEO Brian and General Manager Anne-Marie Johnson. This council presided over the last quarter of the 2019-2020 financial year. Therefore, I include the previous councillors in my following comments and particularly acknowledge former Chair of Finance and Business Strategy, Mike Williams, and Portfolio Lead of that same group, Councillor Megan O'Hara-Sullivan. Through strong and prudent fiscal management, Council has been able to deliver a lower than expected deficit of $98,000 for the 2019-2020 financial year. This is quite a remarkable achievement when you take into account the challenges we've faced over the past 12 months and the raft of financial relief measures Council provided to the community through our pandemic response investment program. To help residents through COVID-19, Council allocated $8.7 million in the form of a $125 pandemic response rate concession that was applied to 69,743 residential and rural rate assessments. This was in addition to a number of other measures designed to help the community through trying circumstances. Council also increased the level of support to local suppliers by amending its procurement policy to prescribe the engagement of local suppliers where possible. We also implemented a reduction in payment terms from 30 days end of month of invoice to 14 days date of invoice, and also refunded some licence fees. The reduction in payment terms alone resulted in an injection of approximately $4 million into the local economy in April. The budget was then delivered earlier than usual to give confidence to the community and provide a positive financial outlook for the future. I'm particularly proud to report that Council's commitment to spending locally was at a record level in the 2019-2020 financial year, with $180 million spent locally, equating to 57% of expenditure. Supporting our local community has never been more important. Without increased assistance from other levels of government, Council faces an ongoing challenge to deliver value for money services while continuing to invest in infrastructure projects to secure our future. Despite the very welcome rain recently, the Toowoomba region continues to be affected by dry conditions, and Council extended its financial relief for rates for eligible participants. This year, the COVID-19 pandemic posed extra challenges to our economy and society. Council has met this challenge in a financially responsible way while providing relief that is complementary to state and federal government. Council is no different to any other organisation, or indeed households, whereby COVID-19 has forced change. We needed to adapt our practices to ensure that essential services were not affected. Careful and measured financial management resulted in Council maintaining its Queensland Treasury Corporation credit rating this year sound with a neutral outlook. This reflects our current financial strength and, importantly, our effectiveness and commitment to long-term financial planning. During 2019-20, we spent just over $340 million delivering vital services to the community, including expenditure on public libraries, parks, waste management and public health management services. A strong emphasis was placed on council assets, with $174 million to renew, upgrade and build new assets for the community. Every day, our talented staff manage a spectrum of activities that range from multi-million-dollar road projects to learn-to-swim lessons and everything in between. This year, as the Mayor has mentioned, was the first year of the 2019-2024 Corporate Plan, which represents Council's commitment to the adopted vision, mission and value statements. A plan for the future often starts with a vision statement, and I believe we can collectively achieve our goal to ensure the Toowoomba region is a vibrant, inclusive and livable region where respect for tradition and diversity is embraced. Our people are our greatest asset. With a workforce of 1,697 people, Council is one of the largest employers in the Toowoomba region. Creating job opportunities for young people in our community remained a focus, with Council supervising 19 apprentices, 6 existing work apprentices, 2 school-based apprenticeships, 28 trainees, 19 existing working trainees and 11 hosted school-based trainees. Challenges this year included COVID-19 related workplace disruption, with the Health, Safety and Wellbeing Unit assisting staff with both their physical and mental health during this period. During the pandemic, we had more than 500 employees working from home, and I am pleased how quickly our staff embraced change and remained productive during the global pandemic. Importantly, with a major focus on health and wellbeing this year, 765 staff took advantage of Council's flu vaccination clinics, up 10% from last year, and 582 staff participated in wellness health checks using the Milne Bay Aquatic and Facility Centre in-body scanner. This year also saw 4,751 training attendances by our staff at courses that included workplace health and safety training. We continue to look at how we best serve our residents. This year we saw our customer service staff assist our residents with more than 229,000 contacts, either in person, over the phone or online. Council's customer experience policy sets a clear direction for staff on how we consistently demonstrate a community-first approach in everything we do. Our residents are increasingly turning to different modes to communicate with Council. Council social media pages are attracting more than 55,000 followers. This year we saw more than 5.7 million views and interactions with Council through our primary social media content, an increase of nearly 55% from the previous year. Council's awareness of our residents' expectations has greatly informed by responses to our website. Online visits to the website exceeds 3.5 million page views and grew by 13.55%. This equates to nearly 300,000 page views each month. The stakeholder engagement team carried out 4,341 engagement activities. Projects included the City Centre Master Plan, Carnival Lane in Toowoomba, and various road rehabilitation works and street parking. Council's Your Say website continued to be a popular engagement channel for Council, with 30,281 visits this year and 4,015 registered participants, up from 2,870 the previous year. Together with Portfolio Lead Councillor Kerry Shine, I am truly proud of our efforts this year and the way we continue to adapt and respond to changing community needs and expectations. In making these comments, councillors, I particularly want to publicly thank Acting General Manager of Finance and Business Strategy, Anne-Marie Johnson, and her team of amazing people who work across Council in all departments, assisting them with financial and strategic direction to serve the community. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Thanks very much. We'll move around the room as requested. Councillor O'Shea, you have anything to say?
Yeah, thank you. Mr Mayor, can I first of all start up by as well acknowledging those same thanks that Councillor McDonald made as well. I think they're very important that we all recognise. It's my great privilege to speak on behalf of the Environment and Community Services portfolio, but I too would like to acknowledge the leadership in this portfolio, which of course was spent for a majority of this particular financial year, and pay homage and credit to Councillor McDonald and Councillor Ramier for the contribution that they have made in the bulk of this past 12 months in this particular role. But during the 1920 financial year, we celebrated the 70th anniversary of Australia's longest-running horticultural event, the Toowoomba Carnival of Flowers, with more than 250,000 people attending the 10-day festival. Our premier event received another accolade, winning the Richard Power Award for Destination Marketing at the 2019 Queensland Tourism Awards. 28,117 people attended the Heritage Bank Festival of Food and Wine, with community members joining the inaugural Carnival Choir. We also had more than 80 floats that participated in the 70th Grand Central Floral Parade. Drought conditions didn't deter the competitive streak for the Toowoomba Region's gardeners, with more than 120 outstanding entries in the 70th Chronicle Garden Competition. The number of coach groups attending during the 10 days increased by 15%, with Cobb & Co Museum welcoming record visitors. Volunteers are the backbone of our community, and this year Council worked with more than 600 volunteers at our local libraries, art galleries, visitor and information centres and venues. Property Services oversaw the delivery of several significant projects this year, including the Charlton Principal Depot, progress on the creation of a laneway at 174 Margaret Street in Toowoomba, and continued construction of the Highfields Library and Clifton Museum. Council continued construction on the new $67 million Principal Depot at Charlton. The facilities includes a central operations building, 3 workshops, a central store, a nursery, and the Toowoomba Group State Emergency Service headquarters. The Soldiers Memorial Hall serves as a shrine to the memory of those who made the ultimate sacrifice on active duty. A 12-member advisory committee of serving and ex-service personnel, council representatives and Memorial Hall user groups were selected to provide feedback to council during the upgrade of the Queensland State Heritage Registered Building. This year, Council facilitated regional youth advisory committee meetings and undertook 3,269 external engagements to support youth issues, youth engagement and sector opportunities. A key ambition of the Regional Youth Advisory Committee was realised with Council's endorsement of the Youth Strategy 2019 to 2021. With more than 27,000 people aged between 12 and 24 living in our region, it's important that young people are involved in the development of our communities and have opportunities to shape the topics and issues that matter most to them. The strategy is a clear statement about Council's bold ambitions for our emerging leaders. This year, 29,000 people attended 170 council and community-led development programs, including NAIDOC Week, Older Persons Programs and Harmony Day. The local disaster management group continued to manage the impact of disasters throughout the community, supporting firefighting operations during the Peachy and Millmerran bushfires in November and keeping up to date with changes as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Councillor Melissa.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Safe roads, bridges, footpaths, cycleways and aerodromes all connect our community, our people, improve livability and promote economic growth. Sustainable transport is about making the best use of our infrastructure assets to best serve the needs of the region, with Council investing in projects to reduce travel times and improve the overall safety and efficiency of our transport system. Council in the financial last year, hosted a Transport and Active Living Forum. The forum provided an opportunity for the community to talk about transport options and active urban outcomes. We are looking to the future, and this includes encouraging positive action on urban and regional cycling, walking and public transport issues. Evaluating the supply of appropriate structured parking in the Toowoomba CBD is an ongoing challenge, as we look for new ways to improve parking services for residents and visitors alike. The Toowoomba City Centre Parking Strategy 2019 was adopted with Council receiving 1,200 responses from the community as part of the engagement for this draft strategy. Business owners, inner city workers, visitors and customers provided feedback on time limits, investment in e-bikes, multi-storey car parks and increasing public transport options. As part of the ongoing efforts to improve parking conditions, 1 hour centre parking was adopted for Ruthven and Margaret Streets to increase the turnover of spaces in Toowoomba's CBD. This has allowed for greater turnover of customers and has helped to improve the availability of parking spaces for customers and visitors. A decision to continue this was based on feedback received from the community and the business owners. Several operational changes were implemented for CBD parking during the financial year, including the introduction of weekly parking permits at prepaid off-street car parks, a tariff change at Central Car Park to $1 an hour, and an upgrade of cash payment equipment at the Neil Street bus interchange. Parking revenue, however, fell this year, with Council waiving fees across the region from the 30th of April to the 30th of June 2020 as part of Stage 1 COVID-19 economic support to our community. Council managed aerodromes in Toowoomba, Millmerran and Pittsworth continued to support general aviation business across the region, including aircraft maintenance, emergency services and flight training. Toowoomba City Aerodrome recorded more than 29,000 takeoffs and landings, an increase of more than 2,000 from the previous year. Council also installed fencing to delineate the airside and landside boundaries at Pittsworth and Millmerran aerodromes for added safety and security, in addition to wildlife-proof fencing at both sites. The State Air Operations Unit of the Queensland Fire and Emergency Services, QFES, provided extensive air support from the Toowoomba City Aerodrome during the 2019 bushfire emergency in the form of fixed-wing aircraft and a range of helicopters, including a Black Hawk. I would like to sincerely thank the infrastructure team led by General Manager Mike Brady for their innovation and commitment in delivering the services we all utilise every day. Our region is growing. It's important that our community know and be very confident that we are listening, planning and investing in vital infrastructure now so we can responsibly sustain our enviable lifestyle as our region flourishes with rich traditions and bold ambitions well into our future.
Thanks very much, Councillor Melissa Taylor. Councillor Summerfield.
Thank you, Mr Chair. It gives me a great deal of pleasure to speak to the Water and Waste section of the annual report today. I'd like to firstly acknowledge Councillor Bill Carl as Portfolio Leader through the majority of that term, but also Councillor Von Hoff, who is on leave of absence at the moment, our General Manager, Damien Platts, and I have to say that water and waste services are vital for healthy, vibrant communities, and water security is the highest priority for Toowoomba Regional Council. During the year, Council provided more than 15,000 megalitres of treated drinking water to over 63,000 residential, commercial and council properties. Throughout the 2019-20 financial year, Council continued to have discussions with all levels of government on the need for long-term water security. After turning on the Wivenhoe water pipeline in 2019, Council pumped almost 9,000 megalitres of water. Council this year responded to challenging drought conditions, investing $27 million in water infrastructure capital projects to meet the current and future needs of our growing region. The Perseverance raw water main was constructed in 1968. This critical 28-kilometre trunk main has been declining in performance and replacement over several years has begun. Investment in projects that improved our water security included upgrades to the Perseverance raw water main, Perseverance pump station and Crestbrook pump station switchboards. Other water security works included water meter replacements and smart metering initiatives, along with water network monitoring installations. We're also undertaking ongoing investigations, planning and works for Clifton and southern area water supply improvements. The Toowoomba region primarily relies on its 3 dams, 2 weirs, numerous groundwater bores and 7 water treatment plants, and our connection to Wivenhoe Dam for our water security. However, as dam levels continue to fall, Council continues to search for additional ways to conserve water. As a result, there has been movement through the year on water restrictions, with tighter restrictions implemented across the region to help preserve existing water supplies. Council also approved a rainwater tank rebate initiative and recently extended that initiative to stimulate increased installations. During the year, Council also supplied more than 2,420 megalitres of manufactured water for use in industry, as well as golf course irrigation and on-site usage at council treatment plants. Regardless of whether there is substantial rain over the coming years, Council is committed to providing long-term water security for our communities. In relation to waste, the removal and management of waste is an essential service provided to the region. Council is committed to redirecting waste away from landfill through recycling and other beneficial reuse. This year, construction began on the $13.9 million Clinton Waste Management Facility. This new Tier 2 waste management facility, which is expected to be completed by the end of 2020, will deliver environmental benefits to the Clinton area with greater opportunities for recycling. Importantly, the new facility will cater for the growth of the northern part of our region. Preliminary works for future construction of a new landfill cell at Toowoomba's waste management facility were also completed. A new landfill cell is required to be constructed approximately every 4 to 5 years to provide waste disposal airspace, and this phase will reprofile land for future stages. Waste Services performed collection and disposal of waste to a high standard this year. Our region's management of waste continues its journey from a disposal mindset to resource recovery. Our community is embracing diversion from landfill, and Council actively supports community education to promote responsible disposal or reuse of our waste. Waste facilities became the go-to destination for many residents across the region during COVID-19, with Council recording record customer numbers, long queues and high waste volumes during April. During the year, Council collected 8,853 tonnes of recycled waste and 6,429 tonnes of green waste, all diverted through the curbside collection service. This year, we introduced an innovative addition to recycling services at the Greater Toowoomba Waste Management Facility, with polystyrene packaging materials delivered to the facility being processed for reuse in cladding and flooring products, and in the process is providing a new product stream for Council. Council is among a select group of regional councils using this new technology. Another great reuse of waste product was concrete that has been discarded by commercial and domestic users, which was repurposed to renew the hard stand pad at the Greater Toowoomba Waste Management Facility. Apart from providing a solid base for the new hard stand, utilised for green waste, timber waste, concrete and bulky items, along with white goods, the new site will prevent concrete from filling costly space at our landfill. A key milestone was reached this year with the start of flaring at Council's landfill gas project. We estimate the landfill site will produce around 600 cubic metres of gas per hour, which is enough to run a 1 megawatt generator. We are always willing to consider innovations that help us to reduce, reuse and recycle our resources. I thank all of the water and waste staff for their support and efforts throughout that year. Thank you.
Councillor McMahon.
Thank you, Chair. It's my pleasure to present the annual report for the Community and Environment Services portfolio. And I take a moment to thank Councillor O'Shea, Chair of Community Environment, and pay particular recognition to Councillor McDonald for his work in this portfolio, as well as outgoing Councillor Ramia, who did some extensive work in this portfolio prior to my time. Also General Manager Nick Hauser for the work you've done. I'm proud of the role Council played in contributing to our livability through the provision of parks, barbecues and bikeways that promote active lifestyles and community connections. Toowoomba Region's magnificent parks and gardens are part of our rich traditions. Council manages 575 parks and open spaces, including more than 1,000 hectares of actively managed parks and more than 5,500 hectares of natural areas. We are the Garden City, and this year saw further upgrades to our premier urban park, Queen's Park. The $2.4 million Stage 6 works started at Queen's Park with the upgrades including a construction of Botanic Gardens interpretive shelter, improvements to the Margaret Street playground and an upgrade to the Botanic Gardens amenities block. I acknowledge that with the assistance of the Queensland State Government, works began on the $7.4 million project to upgrade Picnic Point and a series of parks and trails along the escarpment, including the start of construction of the new lookout at Tobruk Memorial Drive. A primary goal of Council is to improve the health of our region by encouraging the community to be more active. Council this year endorsed the Sport, Active Recreation and Healthy Lifestyle Living Plan 2019 to 26, and together with the Toowoomba and Lockyer Valley Escarpment Mountain Bike Master Plan 2019 to 26 in partnership with the Lockyer Valley Regional Council. There were 52,736 attendances recorded at a range of low-cost fitness and healthy living workshops as part of Council's award-winning Change program. Our libraries have been highlighted as an important service for our residents, particularly during the COVID-19 pandemic. This year saw healthy attendance at our 11 libraries across the Toowoomba region prior to the COVID-19 epidemic, with 361,182 people and about 1 million items loaned, comprising 312,000 digital loans and 670,000 physical items. With the COVID-19 pandemic first emerged, most library services throughout Council, the region's libraries were heavily affected. With all libraries temporarily closed, staff worked hard to have as much content available online and to promote these services to the community. In only the first month of closure, Council experienced a leap in residents accessing all e-resources and some e-library services, showing significant increases within excess of 200%. It was timely that Council introduced a new MyTR library app, which allowed customers to use their mobile devices like a library card. When Council was able to reopen library facilities, staff ensured this was done with health and safety front of mind, implementing a new reserve and collect process. While there is still an essential place for the physical lending of books, magazines, DVDs and other resources, the future of libraries points towards the growing popularity of e-resources. More than 24,000 people visited the 48 art gallery exhibitions held through our art galleries across Toowoomba region. The showings involved a wide range of content, mediums and artists. Finally, Council's Conservation and Pest Management group began the process of creating a new Toowoomba Region biosecurity plan that reflects significant legislative changes and will replace the previous Toowoomba Region Pest Management Plan. The team also prepared for this year's bushfire season with the program of prescribed burns as part of the Operation Cool Burn annual program, and I'm happy to report that this program was carried out completely. Council's environmental health services continue to enhance community health and wellbeing across our region by investing health and noise complaints and facilitating responsible pet ownership. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor McMahon. Councillor Carl.
Thank you, Mr Chair. On behalf of Councillor Megan O'Hara-Sullivan and myself, I'd like to firstly thank my former colleagues Chris Tate and Anne Glasheen for their contribution last term to this portfolio. I'd also like to thank the General Manager and his team, the entire team, for their conscientious approach and effort to getting the job done. And of course, all of my colleagues around the table here, the new bunch, and for all their collective contribution and wisdom as we move through the new term. Quite simply, in the interests of time and the plethora of information, I simply commend the planning and development component of the annual report to you, and I'm sure my speaking notes will be made available, forwarded to the media for their perusal and use as they see fit. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Councillor Carl. Have you got your notes yet, Councillor Carl? Yeah.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Council is working with all levels of government, public and private investors, to ensure we have adequate infrastructure in place to support our region's communities and projected economic growth. As we know, most journeys start and end on a local road. And every year, Council invests millions of dollars to ensure our road and drainage infrastructure is safe, efficient and sustainable. Last financial year, we invested more than $66.9 million maintaining and improving Council's 6,593 kilometres of sealed road and unsealed road network. 163 major structures, including bridges and culverts, 87 roundabouts, and 574 kilometres of footpaths and cycleways. Our construction and maintenance teams continued to deliver exceptional levels of service, effectively managing an extensive works program for the region, with services predominantly undertaken by our day labour workforce. We delivered a $26 million road renewals program to upgrade and maintain sealed and unsealed roads. This included the completion of major works on the Wairima-Kambuya Road, a project that has been 35 years in the making, Pierces Creek Road, Woodview School Road, John Darien Mount Tyson Road, John Darien St Ruth Road and Budgie Road. Council widened a 3.3 kilometre section of Bowenville-Moola Road as part of the federal government's Heavy Vehicle Safety and Productivity program. New investment in key freight routes such as this will strengthen our economic growth for key industries in Toowoomba and Western Downs region, and we work very closely with Western Downs. Also under this program, Council completed construction on a heavy vehicle decoupling area that will service the Pittsworth Industrial Precinct. The a little bit of a slip of the tongue there. 906,100,000 project will improve safety and cater for the future growth of the Toowoomba region's transport network. An Australian Government Black Spot Safety Upgrade project was completed at the intersection of Gostwick Streets, Toowoomba, with a new roundabout installed. Council also successfully secured funding under the Black Spot program, the federal government's Black Spot program, to target safety improvements at Umbaram Road in Wairima and a new roundabout at the intersection of Perth and Coho Streets in Toowoomba. These two projects were well progressed. Project services continue to provide high-level project management and contract administration services for Council's managed projects and those delivered by external providers. This included the Charlton Principal Depot, Queen's Park Master Plan implementation projects, Bridge Renewal Program and the Soldiers Memorial Hall. Upgrading bridges across our region was a major focus for our Council, with just over $1.38 million invested on a bridges renewal program, partly funded with support from the federal government. The program saw the completion of a one-lane timber bridge with two-lane concrete structure and increased load capacity on the Hurst Glen Road, and the start of similar works on the $2.9 million upgrade of the Tummerville Road Bridge, which has not been there for some years. The work of project services also included finalising the Toowoomba Second Range crossing interface with Nexus and the Department of Transport and Main Roads, and the official opening was in September 2019. The branch also continues to work closely with the Australian Rail Track Corporation on the Inland Rail Interface Program. Inland Rail is a once-in-a-generation project connecting regional Australia to domestic and global markets, transforming the way we move freight around the country now and for the freight task of the future. Council received a highly commended award for the Road Safety Strategy 2019 to 23 at the 2019 Institute of Public Works Engineering Australasia Queensland Excellence Awards in October 2019. The strategy aims to reduce fatal and serious injury crashes by 30% on our roads by identifying ways to create a safer environment for motorists in support of both federal and state government initiatives. I'd like to thank Infrastructure Services Portfolio Leader Councillor Melissa Taylor and Councillor James O'Shea, who was here for the most time of the annual report, and for your support this past financial year, and every member of our Infrastructure Services Group at Council, led by our General Manager Mike Brady. We have achieved a lot. Along with that, I'd like to endorse all comments by previous councillors. I appreciate very much the work of all our General Managers and all the teams that support us as Council to deliver to our community. And I look forward to working in partnership with the community, government and local businesses to maintain our infrastructure and to deliver projects that continue to build and shape our region for the future. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Thanks very much, Councillor Taylor. Councillor McDonald, you will sum up now and we'll move to the procedural area of this.
Thank you very much, Mr Mayor and councillors. In summary, our annual report is Council's report card to the community. That's what it is. I just wanted to make three important points. First point is that while we've had to overcome a number of obstacles in 2019-2020, the Queensland Treasury Corporation continued to endorse our sound financial position with a neutral outlook. The second important point is that during the 2019-2020 Council, the Council achieved an overall average of 95% completion of activities planned against the operational plan. And the final of the 3 points is that the Queensland Audit Office, our auditors, provided an unmodified audit opinion of the financial statements. And I make those 3 points, Mr Mayor and councillors, to provide confidence to our community that we, as a council leadership team, have the community interests at top of mind and that they should have confidence in council's performance during the 2019-2020 financial year. With those few words, councillors and Mr Mayor, I'd like to move that council adopts the 2019-2020 annual report in accordance with the requirements set out within Local Government Regulation 2012. Furthermore, that a limited number of printed copies of the report be made available to the public at no cost and a digital version be made available on council's website. So move.
Thanks, Councillor McDonald. Is there a seconder for that motion? Councillor McMahon. Look, councillors, I think before we take the vote, I think this is an indication that, as Councillor McDonald has so rightly said, not only of the complexity of the organisation that we're involved in, but the tremendous responsibility there is on our shoulders as we sit around the room. We've achieved what we've achieved by working together with a good team of senior management, but also those 1,700 odd staff members that we have here are the people who we depend on to deliver what we do. We're in the strategic space, and I think it's important that we work together as we have done to make absolutely sure we build this community in the way. Call it whatever you like, but we're very, very fortunate to live in this particular space, and we have tremendous responsibility on our shoulders. So everybody who's been part of that, can I just take this opportunity of thanking you all? And there's a lot of people involved. So I'll now put that motion that's been moved by Councillor McDonald, seconded by Councillor McMahon. I'll put that to the vote. Those in favour? Motion is carried. Thank you very much. I think we may need to adjourn, given that there are other things to do that we need to do with the press and so forth. We'll get that out of the road, have a bit of lunch and come back for the rest of it. But thank you very much once again. Someone like to move we adjourn? Councillor McDonald?
Move to adjourn for 45 minutes.
And can I?
Make it 40.
45 minutes rounds is to 2 o'clock, that's all.
Right, 2 o'clock. Councillor McDonald has moved. A seconder, please. Councillor Melissa Taylor. Those in favour? That's carried. Council will resume the meeting. I'll open this meeting and we move to item 13, which is any other business Council determines by resolution to be included in the agenda paper. Councillor Summerfield, do you wish to bring something to Council?
I do, if I could, please, Mr Mayor. In accordance with Council's 2.74 Standing Orders Policy, permission be granted to consider at this meeting the Emu Creek Dam feasibility study.
Yes. Sorry, I deleted to go to item 12, which of course is matters which notice has been given. What I should have actually said, no, there are no matters under section 12 of the agenda here, that we've moved to 13. I did mention 13 in your introduction, so it's all good.
Okay. So I'm seeking permission to...
You're seeking permission to bring this to Council?
Yes.
So, Councillor Summerfield, do you wish to continue? You're seeking permission to bring this to Council?
I'm seeking permission to bring this to Council for discussion.
Yep. You've moved. Seconder, please, that this be brought to Council for discussion. Councillor McDonald. Those in favour? 1, 2, 3. 3 people in favour? 4 people in favour? Okay. Well, that's carried. So, Councillor Summerfield. Councillor.
Mr Chair, I'd like to foreshadow an alternate motion, depending on how this goes. I can elaborate, but happy to just flag that I'll want to...
If Councillor Summerfield's motion doesn't get up, you're foreshadowing a second motion.
Yes, and I can elaborate for a number of reasons.
Okay. Councillor Summerfield.
Thank you, Mr Chair. So my proposed motion, which has been circulated to you all, that a comprehensive investigation be carried out into the potential for Emu Creek Dam site as a future water source for our region. 2, that this feasibility study be outsourced to an appropriate external entity to avoid further burden on the Toowoomba Regional Council Water Department, and that previous investigations be utilised to expedite the process. 3, that the feasibility study be outsourced urgently, given the announcement of an additional $2 billion for water in the recent federal government budget. 4, that funding of the feasibility study be considered in Budget Review 1. And 5, that when investigating future water needs for our region, dams and other water infrastructure aren't eliminated from investigation simply because they require external funding. The reason for the motion, as Council strives to underpin its long-term water security, along with capacity to expand irrigation water allocations to meet growing demands, all options need to be investigated. Work previously done on the Emu Creek Dam site in the Eastern Downs Urban Water Supply Study appraisal in 1996 identified the following. Maximum storage capacity of 130,000 megalitres, monthly compensation release 400 megalitres, annual draft 6,200 megalitres. No significant foundation problems were identified. A 36-kilometre long pipeline with 420-metre lift to Peachy Reservoir would be required. The site would entail approximately 640 square kilometre catchment area within the Wivenhoe Somerset Mount Crosby system. The site is a deep, narrow gorge, therefore reduced evaporation. It may require a 27-kilometre pipeline from Peachy to Mount Kynoch, depending on current pipeline capacity. According to a media release by the National Party in June 2006, only 3 properties were identified as affected, which were described as poor agricultural land. There are a couple of variances to this information in the report of the Toowoomba Water Supply Task Force, scribed in December 2006, that stated that the dam had 120,000 megalitre capacity with a 46-kilometre pipeline to Peachy Reservoir, providing 10,000 megalitre yield per annum. The impact in relation to the Wivenhoe Somerset catchment through reduction in annual yield amounts to 1,500 megalitres, understanding that Wivenhoe Dam has a capacity of 1.165 gigs and Somerset Dam capacity is approximately 380 gigalitres. I also referenced the pre-feasibility investigation into flood mitigation storage infrastructure report for the Brisbane River catchment, December 2014, which is a comprehensive study to be included in the investigation to avoid duplication and assist in expediting the study. There is a link to that report below. In the Supply Options Assessment Summary Gate 2 of the NGNY Water Futures Draft Report, July 2020, Emu Creek Dam was considered cost-effective compared to other options, but was eliminated as the report stated. Any further consideration would require funding from state and/or federal funding. All levels of government comprehend that dam sites require external funding, with recent examples being Mole River Dam in the Border Rivers catchment and Emu Swamp Dam at Stanthorpe, both requiring external funding. I'd like to take this opportunity to thank you, Mayor, for your support of this, and I think it's a good opportunity for us to look for a future water source for our region. We keep saying we want a future water source. Well, I think this is one well worth investigating to see what we can come up with.
Thank you. Councillor.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Feasibility study, usually I would assess that this would cost in the matter of millions of dollars. Do we have any idea of how much this is going to cost? We've got tight budgets, we've been talking about it today. A feasibility study of this nature, I do believe, and maybe through you to the General Manager for Water and Waste, how much this a feasibility study might cost and where the money is going to come from.
Damien.
Mr Mayor, thank you for the question, Chair and Councillor Taylor. The costing would depend on the precise scope, and these are very generic words that are being used in the proposed motion. Actually pricing it up would require a bit more detailed considerations, but it could be a range of values to come up with a business case or a feasibility study. It may involve some hydrology, it may involve some soils, a range of things. So we would just have to scope up precisely what's in scope for this in order to get something which I presume Councillor Summerfield is intending this to be a business case to be able to talk to and submit to this federal government grants program, Mr Mayor.
Okay. Any other, Councillor Summerfield, you got a comment?
Yes, thank you, Mr Mayor. So one of the, and thank you to Damien and Brian for both of you having input into this. One of the opportunities that could be there for us is that the federal government, the money I have mentioned in here, the additional $2 billion, that can also be used for feasibility studies. I have been advised by the National Water Grid Advisory Group that has formed, who are going to try and come to Toowoomba for a meeting. They're keen to know more about this.
You think it might be a good idea if we were to have that meeting before we proceeded too far with this? The reason I say that is there's a fair bit happening in the background that you may or may not be aware of, or you've been included in the invitation list to a Water Alliance group of mayors in this broader area. That's now extended well down into New South Wales, I'm told by Mayor Panisi, and you know, I'm not wanting to put this off the table, but I'm wanting to have all the options on the table.
Yeah, thank you, Mr Mayor. And the reason why I have brought it to this month's meeting is because that committee would prefer that we had something of substance to provide to them before they come.
The federal committee that you spoke of. Okay. Well, I wasn't really aware that they're coming to town, so it would be good if they could meet with this grouping of mayors as well whilst they were here.
I did inform you, Mr Mayor, when we had that meeting.
So I just have to ask a question through you, Mr Mayor, to Councillor Summerfield. Shouldn't these groups go through the Mayor of the day to the Council if they're going to deal with the Council?
I don't know. Look, I've been doing a fair bit, just with the other mayors.
Protocol is such.
Could I clarify that, please, Mr Mayor?
Yeah, you can clarify.
The Queensland representative on this national water grid actually approached Councillor Rebecca Von Hoff and myself to have a meeting with us. He wanted to discuss it. We didn't know what he was wanting to discuss. And we had our meeting at the request of that representative.
Okay, Councillor Carl.
I'm just wondering whether we can move into debate, because I want to actually, it's a moot point that I want to raise in debate, Mr Chair.
Not something I do.
Wondering if we can, what, Councillor Carl?
Can go into debate, because I
Formal debate, righto. We've got a mover and a seconder. I was just allowing what we do here regularly to let some... Yeah, Councillor Taylor, seconder.
No, I didn't second the motion.
Councillor Summerfield's motion.
No, Councillor,
I second it to be brought to the table.
Councillor McDonald, sorry.
sorry.
This is the motion, though.
No,
This is the motion.
There's been no seconder.
Seconded it. No.
Sorry?
No one has seconded it.
No one seconded. Right. That's my apology. Do we have a seconder for Councillor Summerfield's motion? Councillor Melissa Taylor? Those in favour?
Oh, you're going to go to a bit of a conversation, I think, now.
Conversation, right, sorry. So it's been moved, it's been seconded. So we'll move into debate. So Councillor Summerfield.
Oh, well, I said my bit when I moved it.
Right. Have we someone wishing to speak against? Councillor Carl.
Thank you, Mr Chair. A number of points I'd like to raise. First of which being there's a previous decision of council on the books back in on the 19th of September 2017, item number 6, matters of which notice has been given, and it says seeking Queensland and the Australian Government commitment to undertaking regional water supply options assessment for the Darling Downs. The motion was moved by Councillor Von Hoff and seconded, well, that's the wrong date, not 2017.
No, I was wondering about that, yep.
It's obviously 2020, so that's a typo in the record, and seconded by Councillor Summerfield. That council requests the Queensland Government and the Australian Government to commit to undertaking a regional water supply options assessment, and that key supply options be considered for the Darling Downs, and point 2, the Queensland and Australian Governments acknowledge the criticality of the regional water supply options assessment by considering fast-tracking its completion. Now, to me, we've asked the governments to actually look at a broad range of options to move that forward, and yet we're going to go and pick this one and say we're doing this. I think that's a little bit premature, and let me further explain why I think it is. Firstly, I haven't been formally briefed, and I don't know about any other councillors about any such conversations with water officials from any other levels of government. I think it's pertinent that council, before they commit, and I agree, millions of dollars potentially, for a feasibility study, whether it's subject to funding or not is questionable. We should, as a council, as a whole boardroom, be brought up to speed on that. And the other reasons that I draw council's attention to, and this is the motion I would flag, that it be referred back to the CEO and Mayor to seek advice from SEQ and the state, SEQ Water and the state, as to the likelihood of this being a feasible project, because my first reasoning for that is we're liable potentially to pay compensation to SEQ Water because we'll be damming up the same catchment that where this water comes from. They could potentially ask us for compensation. Number two, additionally, that we would seem to be spending capital money in the same catchment to dam water twice. And additionally, I see a risk around lack of diversity because we look at building another dam in the same catchment, subject to the same diminishing rainfall that's been measured over the last 150 years. So I'm not saying I'm against a dam, I'm saying there are a number of things for us to unpack here before we go committing this council and this community to a considerable sum of money. I object to conversations being had, whether it's been on behalf of council or not, I don't really know, but we should be informed and we should make a collective decision about the best way forward. And I think the reason why I would like to refer it back to you, Mayor, and the CEO is because we need to be thinking in the broader context. It's not just about TRC, it's about a water network. It's critically important. There's questions around the previous findings and studies, and things may have changed, and there's suggestions that the yield may not be as much as well out of this dam. And if you look at a cost per litre of delivering water to the community, those millions of dollars in that feasibility study might be better spent on another study where we could deliver short to medium term benefits at a lesser cost to our community to contribute towards water security on an overall network. It could be that we investigate further options to exhaust the best potential out of the Wivenhoe pipeline. So there's a whole raft of these things. I didn't really want to bring these up, except, and I just think that it would have been really nice. I thank Councillor Summerfield for, we're all concerned about the future of water, and rightfully so. I just would have preferred it to come through a better channel in an informed discussion by all the councils being informed. So, flagging that my recommendation that it goes back to the CEO and Mayor to take carriage of this, to actually seek advice from SEQ Water and the state as to the likelihood of this project being feasible and what are the risks and opportunities, and then we proceed down. If that stacks up, then we proceed down the path of pursuing this as a feasible project, feasibility study for a project. But it's got to be taken in the context of all the options, and I'm aware, as other councillors around this table, of broader discussions with other regions that we need to be mindful of which you've been part of in SEQ Mayors.
Speaker for the motion.
I have a point of clarification.
Point of clarification, Councillor McMahon.
Thank you, Councillor Summerfield, for this motion. I was thinking of the same report that Councillor Carl's just raised, where in this chamber we passed a motion that we go to options and allow them to come back to us, and I feel like we've gone to the next step and picked one for ourselves, and then providing that we do the option after saying we want to be given options. I'm just wondering if the CEO, that contradiction of a motion, is that an issue?
Right.
I believe the previous resolution of council can still proceed. However, the current resolution is one of the solutions that is within that. So you're kind of picking one within that range, and the other opportunity, the other resolution centred on, I understand, the state and the federal investing in it. This one is basically council assuming a responsibility for one component of that, being the Emu Creek Dam proposal, and then spending money to investigate that in isolation, I suppose. So it's not contrary to it. You could do it, but the state and feds may well then say that we might await the outcome of your study first that you've invested in before we use that within ours.
Is there a speaker for the motion? If I can just very briefly, and I have a 2:30 appointment, so I'll have to leave in a moment, but very briefly suggest that there's a lot of work being done, and I think that, I think it's been said here today that Emu Creek Dam is one of many options, and I've studied the yield of that in recent weeks since it came on the table. I'd like it at this stage to be part of a broader study. A very broad study. That's just a personal view. There's nothing wrong with what you brought forward, Councillor Summerfield, but I would like it not to be just focused solely on that. I think there's a step. Whilst I was at the conference, there is a water engineer now who's got significant experience, a young lady from LGAQ, who's offered her services, and I was thinking of getting a meeting with her and a few others. We certainly, as a group of councils, and I know that, as I said before, Mayor Panisi has certainly been doing some work behind the scenes, and he's got a number of councils in northern New South Wales. I've been assured by people of recent times that the Mole River Dam won't necessarily bring water this way. In fact, it will shore up the allocations that are already on that river. That's what it will do if they build it. So I think there's a lot of unknowns out there, but and I think the first step in the journey is to really get everything on the table that needs to be there to have a look at. That's my personal view. Anyone wishing to speak for the motion? If not, Councillor Summerfield would...
Excuse me, Mr Mayor. May I ask a question?
Yes.
Through you, Councillor Summerfield. So just a little bit of clarification, because I'm not in the world of water. The committee that you and Councillor Rebecca had spoken with, who was that again? Sorry.
The National Water Grid, it's a recently formed advisory committee.
So I'm just wondering, is it something maybe we could bring the motion to help get it across, that we, instead of committing dollars to it, investigate further with the National Water Grid the viability of Emu Creek or something like that? I'm just...
We haven't got them.
I hear where you're coming from, but in actual fact, they don't get down to that nuts and bolts stuff. They actually look at projects and decide whether money's going to be spent on them.
Right.
And that was why I brought this forward, was I felt it was an opportunity. They contacted me. We talked about it. I told the Mayor that I had met with them when we talked about this resolution, when we met in his office a few weeks ago. And that was what we did at that time, based on the potential opportunity. If the National Water Grid Advisory Committee that decides on where funds are going to go throughout Australia wants to come to the Toowoomba region to meet, because they're keen to try and ensure that there's good long-term water security for our region, then I would have thought it would have been, we're pretty lucky that they actually want to come here and meet. Particularly when we all know that we want long-term water security for our region. We know we've got businesses coming to us wanting water so that they can set up here, and we're having to say no. We're being held back already by our current water supply, let alone anything potential in the future around economic development.
Okay.
Question?
Councillor McDonald, question?
Thanks, Mr Mayor. Just in regard to this, is the crux of it more on item number 5? Because it seems to me that the investigation that was done, that because it required external funding, it was removed from going any further.
Yep.
Is that really the crux of this? So I wonder whether it seems that there is quite a few discussions at play here that need to be brought together under yourself, Mayor, through the portfolio leads, and maybe that is the discussion that this isn't removed off the table. Because as Councillor Summerfield pointed out, we all agree, local government can't fund to build a dam on their own. So I think that's the crux of it, really, to me, in the fact that if we go via the report that we've received, it's off the table. But in actual fact, if it measures up that it is a cost-effective way to deliver water to our community by way of the end product.
If it doesn't?
then why would it be removed off the table? So that's item 5 is the only one that I could confidently support in this case.
And I,
Could we get these people to talk to the whole council?
So, Mr.
Is that a possibility?
Mayor.
And maybe whilst there's a lot of stuff that's quite loose happening with this grouping of mayors I've got, and Vic's gone now and expanded that, which is we're going to have to get together and have a discussion. But the first concept that we're hoping for is to be able to map the current water supplies, map the potential water supplies, and then start making decisions.
And Mr. Mayor, I don't necessarily think that, I actually know this could take millions of dollars and it could be unsuccessful. So then what do we do? Move to the next one and put another few million out on that?
or do nothing.
I'm very sorry, but I do have to leave the meeting. Councillor McDonald? I have someone who's...
We need to put this to bed.
Well, if you want to further the discussion, if you want to get a decision now, but there would appear to me to be some options coming up that may be of value to keep it going.
Mr. Mayor, could I just make a comment here? I think this is totally inappropriate.
What's that?
People come and talk to me about things and I take them to you or through the General Manager. I think it's totally inappropriate that there be discussions behind the scenes, that there's 11 people in this council and 11 people are the people that should be here.
And that's exactly the process I followed, Councillor Taylor. Mr Mayor, I've had my hand up for some time. I wanted to preempt that if this resolution was lost, that number 5 should still be presented because it's vital that that remain in.
Yep.
Mr Chair.
So, Councillor Cole.
Mr Chair, point of order. We've already got a motion on the books.
Yep.
Back from September.
Yeah.
That's seconded by Councillor Summerfield.
Says that.
It does more than adequately include, and not just talking about this, it embraces all options. And my proposed motion, whether it's even needed, whether this motion gets up or not, if it doesn't get up, my proposed motion mightn't even be needed. But it's well encapsulated in the motion that's on the books now, in my view. The only addition that I would add to that is that yourself and the CEO enter into discussions with SEQ Water and the state, specifically if council wants to pursue. But I don't think we should be looking at this, and you've already said it, outside the context of getting the whole picture of options on the table, and we can't rush that. I mean, we all understand the critical nature of this, but...
Yep.
And I think that's where we need to be mindful of. We've already got a motion on the books. Now our job is, do we vote on this motion, does it get up or not? We've got a mover and a seconder.
Righto.
And before you go, Mr Mayor, preferably, because we're getting down to, oh no, we've just got a quorum.
Just got a quorum? Well, I'm happy to stay just a couple of minutes. This guy's the third time I will have cancelled him, but if you're happy the debate is over, I'm happy to put the motion. Someone move the motion be put.
Could I wrap up, please, Mr Mayor?
Sorry?
Can I
You can
wrap
sum up, yep.
Thank you. Look, we can't rush meetings because someone's got a meeting somewhere else. We're actually here to do our ordinary meeting of council. So we need to actually do it without rushing and do it appropriately.
Understand that.
Thank you.
Councillor McDonald would have taken over the meeting if that was... In fact, he can right now, if he wishes. Yep.
I'd rather you stayed.
Sorry? So, Councillor McDonald, if you can take over the meeting, please, and I'll just go and see this gentleman. I'll come back straight away.
Councillor Summerfield, summing up? Would you like to sum up the debate, the item?
I'm so disappointed, I've got to tell you. I am very disappointed that our mayor has left this meeting to go and meet with someone where we're in the middle of a debate. A very important discussion, in my view.
You have the option now to sum up, Councillor Summerfield.
Thank you. I believe this is a good opportunity for us to look into this. We can walk and chew gum at the same time. We can do this concurrently, as has been identified by the CEO. I have provided quite a bit of detail here that I've researched on my own to try and pull something together, to try and show people the opportunity that could be there for us as a council. We do need to keep moving on this. We can't just keep putting it off and putting it off. There is an opportunity for that feasibility study to be actually funded through that federal government bucket, should we apply for it. I do believe that if we don't start trying to find this additional water source, remembering, and our General Manager has told us very often, that when it comes to building a dam, it's not 5 minutes. It's years and years and years. And so we're already short on water if we want to try and continue to do the economic development that we're trying to do in this region. And this is going to take a long time to do. So I've got to tell you, I am really keen for this to go ahead. I think we do have to be proactive in our water sourcing, and I just hope that I can get the support around the table to do it today.
Thank you, Councillor Summerfield. The motion is therefore before you, councillors. Didn't make any amendments to that, did we, while that was going through, or did we?
No.
There is one, sorry, that the staff have made up there, which is appropriate. I've put Water Department, it should be Water and Waste Services Group.
Water and Race, the change is made. Okay.
Spelling.
Okay, it's fairly comprehensive. I think you read the motion at the start, didn't you, Councillor Summerfield? So we don't need to go through that again. Okay, there's motions there before you. Can a show of hands those in favour of the motion? Those against the motion? Motion is lost. Councillor Carl?
I'll seek guidance, Mr Chair, from the CEO, but whether he thinks that there is need for my suggestion that motion that Council refer this to the CEO and Mayor to seek advice from SEQ Water and the state government as to the likelihood of or the merits in this project gaining in, what am I trying to say? No. Let's just ask the question first. Considering the motion that's already on the books, Mr CEO, is there any real need for this? Because I don't think we're not being proactive. We actually are, and we're saying we want to pursue this, and we've asked both levels of government. I think the next level or the next commitment is for those discussions to take place at another level, being yourself and the Mayor, immediately with the state government. I don't know. I'll seek your advice.
Ask the CEO to make comment. I guess just in doing that, I've heard lots of discussions today of things happening. So there's obviously are things happening, but what is actually happening is probably not 100% crystal clear. So perhaps the CEO might be able to answer.
Maybe we request a report to come back to council as to where we're actually up to.
Like that's probably where I'm heading here. Thanks.
You don't have to make any further decisions at this point in time, but it's at the behest of the council as to what they want to do from this point. If you want some clarity or some preliminary investigations from our officers in relation to the response you may get from SEQ Water and the state, we could actually talk to them about is this in the mix, or ask at the very highest level, particularly on the questions about the compensation issues if it was to go ahead and being drawn from the same catchment area. We could ask some of those preliminary questions at an officer level and get some responses back to council in relation to that, if you wish. But if council wants to give further direction, specific direction, we'll do whatever council needs to get done. But there is that previous decision of council in relation to approaching both state and federal, and we can follow up to see what's happening with those previous decisions of council as well.
So therefore, I would put a motion forward that the CEO and Mayor have those discussions with State and SEQ Water to ask some of those preliminary questions.
You don't
But in no way, shape or form do I want to commit this council to picking a project out of the context of looking at all the options, considering the timeline on what we need to do and when we need to do it.
Thank you.
Councillor Carl, I'll go to Councillor
Just got a
Taylor
question.
before we talk about that motion.
Got a question, thank you. I think I'm fairly confident in saying that no way in the world, and I'm not prepared to put money towards something, regardless, because my question through you, Mr Chair, to the CEO is, should it be found that this is a feasible study? There's no way council can go ahead and have a dam without the support of the state government of the day. And I think I'm fairly confident in saying that that's the case. So the state shouldn't be cut out of the equation, regardless of whether the money, some of the money, I mean, I've heard many times in this room that funds are available for something and they're going to be put towards it, and there's a fair chance we're going to get a grant or whatever we get, and down the track we find that we don't. So I think that that's just like, having a throw at the stumps that might or might not be successful. So I think I'm right, but Mr CEO, can you answer that? Should someone go ahead and do some feasibility studies, there's no way that we can move at all without the support of the state government, through their natural resources and environment and the like.
The fundamental question is, will the state give us access to that water in the first place?
Yeah, thank you.
So perhaps, thanks, Councillor Carol Taylor. So perhaps, Councillor Carl, your motion is probably superfluous to where we're at, but
we can just do that.
we can just. But maybe a motion might be that council receive an update on.
I agree.
On discussions.
Either way.
Maybe that's the motion, so that these can be drawn in, which includes Emu Creek Dam as part of that being brought back.
Yep.
Are you comfortable with something along those lines?
Yep.
Yeah. Is Councillor Summerfield comfortable with that?
Well, it's not Councillor Summerfield's motion, it's
No,
a new motion.
true.
So.
But I think it goes without saying. We should all know.
I'm happy to.
Concerning, just remind us of that motion.
That's fine. The council will receive an update.
No, but you had the dates there, Councillor Carl, about that. It was, you said 2017, but it's not.
Hang on, I've got it. My iPad's gone to sleep.
Well, that's the motion that was moved in this room just
That's right.
in this term of council.
That's right.
We've checked it up, we've got it here.
You've got it there?
You got it?
They've got it here.
Righto.
That may help bring rise to further conversations even about Emu Creek as well.
And that the portfolio councillors be involved.
Council receive an update in its...
Oh, no.
Look, I think it's more appropriate that the CEO and Mayor at an officer level for a start, or most definitely the CEO and officer level. This is somewhat a technical discussion that needs to take place as well. So I think it's more appropriate for councillors to be briefed at the appropriate time once there's a level of detail that can be reported back to council.
So are you comfortable with that motion, Councillor Carl?
I'm happy to second that.
I note that the CEO will have a report next month as an agenda item on council. Perhaps in that time, CEO, you might get an update on that just quickly in that period of time.
Or progress anyway.
Or progress, yeah.
Yep.
You're comfortable with that, Councillor Carl?
Seconded.
You're happy with that, Wendy? You've completed typing?
You've got it anyway?
I'll second it.
I've got you. Yeah, got you.
How's that?
Seeking Queensland, Australian government. Queensland and Australian government, or state and federal government? Thank you. Yeah. Councillor Carl move. Councillor Carol Taylor second. You'd like to talk to the motion, Councillor Carl? Would like to debate the motion? Talk against it? We'll then go to the vote. the Council at the appropriate time receive an update on progress concerning its decision of 18 August 2020, item number 11.1, seeking Queensland and Australian Government commitment to undertake regional water supply options assessment for the Darling Downs. Moved by Councillor Carl, seconded by Councillor Carol Taylor. Those in favour? Those against? Motion's carried. All right,
Chair.
now we do, sorry.
Have you got another?
We've got another item, it's in confidence though.
Okay, now I'd like to ask the council's permission to discuss, bring something to local, to general business then.
Sure, okay. What's the item?
The item is council's being denied access to the, where am I? I've got this all over, Back to Work regional or Back to Work South East Queensland programs. I'd like to bring that up, please.
We do have a motion already on the books in regard to
I want to bring it up. Well, Mr Chair, I chaired a meeting this morning, our COVID recovery meeting, and there's been quite a lot of alarm has been expressed around our high youth unemployment figures, which are 27.2%.
Councillor Carroll, just so you know, the motion that was on there is to contact the Premier, which was over 2 months, in fact. We had the first month, and the last month was the youth one, exactly the one you're talking about. And in that time, the Mayor and myself have spoken with, by her request, the Small Business Commissioner for the state, and we're now in caretaker, so there's very little that's...
Well, I just wanted to bring to this table the concern that's been shown by the recovery group of the mental health issues and the youth suicide issues, which could well be impacted by this high unemployment rate.
Agreed.
And I think it's disgraceful, and I'm really and truly over the fact that we're neither South East Queensland nor the other part of Queensland. So I just don't know where we fit. And all these programs have been brought in to assist with unemployment. And we have the highest youth unemployment at 27.2%. And yet we don't qualify for anything. Now, we can sit here and talk about this as much as we like. It's not doing anything to help. And I think we need to call it out publicly in the press.
Point of order.
What's the point of order?
You don't agree?
There's nothing that's been said against contrary, but Councillor Carroll, as I mentioned, and the minutes are actually up on the board.
Mr Chair, the Mayor asked me to bring this up. Thank you.
Okay, that's fine. And look, I totally agree that it's a very important issue and certainly one that's been followed up. Just timing was a bit of an issue for us, unfortunately. But certainly agree with that. Councillors?
Excuse me, Mr Chair, I'd just like to say that by the time anything from this meeting will be processed, we'll have a new Queensland government in place.
Very good. Well, the motion will still be there and it's certainly still valid at that time. Councillors, we do have one item that was pulled out of Finance and Business. It's a confidential item. So can I ask for someone to move into confidential? Moved by Councillor McMahon, seconded by Councillor Melissa Taylor. Those in favour? Motion is carried. We'll then go Okay, councillors, last item for the day. Thank you very much for hanging in there, those who've been able to. Appreciate it. We are at a quorum, which is great. The item before you then is item number 8, wasn't it?
Yes.
Item 8. Item 8, and the recommendation is before you. Hang on. Wendy's just catching up. Thank you, Wendy. Okay. The motion is before you, councillors. We did read through that last week. The only change being on motion number 4, we've added the words that will be presented to council for its further consideration. We have a mover for the motion. Moved by Councillor Carl, seconded by Councillor Carol Taylor. Those in favour? Motion's carried unanimously, without dissent. Councillors and CEO, that concludes our October ordinary meeting of council. Thank you for your attendance. Appreciate it. Good afternoon.